Sounds. I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. You still got a lot of food left to fill. Deal, but you play what nobody feels. You sing about Johnny Cash, the man in black would've whipped your ass, and I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. You still got a lot of food left to fill. Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but then again, hell yes I am. I just don't give a damn, 'cause you still got a lot of food left to fill. I guess we all got a lot of food left to fill. That's right.
Can you see by the dawn's early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular upon singing out, yeah.
Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good.
It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home and welcome to camp. It starts this week for your South Carolina Gamecocks. Inside the Gamecocks, a morning show built by the Barn Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands, SC.com. The Barndominium Company builds dream homes across the Carolinas. Head to the barndoco.com and build your dream home today. Our official partners presenting Gamecock football this fall here on our network. Those are the golden tones of Mike Morgan. We've got some more. We've got the silver tones of John Whittle coming up here in about 17 minutes or so. And we got a lot of football, Mike, because Birdies with Beamers today. I just got too much to do. I really wish I could go up there and play. Thoughts and prayers are with our friend Hale McGranahan, whose foursome includes, other than Sterling Sharp, the three best golfers in the event. So they could win this thing, but Hale probably won't help them do it. He's got DeMarco, he's got Connor Shaw, and he's got George Wynn. And those are probably the three best golfers there except for Sterling. So Hale, I don't know that off, Mike, but I texted him this morning. I was like, y'all are probably going to win this event, and you probably will have nothing to do with that, just so you know.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I once won one of those events with Kyle Thompson, former Gamecock All-American.
Oh, he can play.
I almost got him in trouble, though, because I was so naive to golf at that time. And at the end, when we're picking up our trophies and gift certificates or whatever it was, I started talking to the gallery about, I tell you what, Kyle had this great little device that would tell you exactly how far you were from the pin on any hole. And Mike, that's a rangefinder, and that's not technically legal in this event. I don't know if people are sticklers for that in a casual, tournament, but I was told to quickly shut up after that. Yeah. But Kyle's still doing well. He was on the tour for a while. And my first time I met Shane Beamer was in that event. He was in my foursome.
Yeah.
That goes back to, I don't know, 05. But yeah, that's always fun. Always fun.
Yeah, it is, and then they'll chat a little bit today. Some of the coaches will. And then later on this week, there will be some official media stuff, and then camp will get underway. And then before you know it, we'll all be in Atlanta to watch Virginia Tech and South Carolina kick off the season. Speaking of coaches, major news that was first reported by Hale McGranahan with Jeff Collins joining the staff at South Carolina. We're going to talk to Whittle about this too, Mike. We've got a bunch of stuff to get to today. Some interesting comments a couple of days ago from Barry Trammell. I know you know Barry.
I was going to ask you to play that. We might play that on JC and Morgan, but yes, I know exactly the cut you're talking about. Yeah, Barry's great, by the way.
He is. Oh, it's nothing personal with him at all. But I certainly want to talk about what he had to say. I hear what he's saying, and I don't disagree with what he's saying. But to kind of poke holes in the process to get there, I certainly want to talk about that with you specifically.
You're talking about the scheduling, right?
Correct. Yeah. Right. Yep. And so we're going to talk about that and everything. But I want to ask you about this Jeff Collins thing too, man. Mm-hmm. I don't know. I mean, obviously his tenure at Georgia Tech was pretty brutal as the head coach of the Yellow Jackets, and He was with Mac last year at North Carolina. I want to give him a little grace on being the head coach of Georgia Tech because he already was taking over a program that he was going to have to rebuild, and then COVID hit. And so I feel for the guys that are, kind of maybe tailing off, and then how did COVID affect their program, or get new jobs, and how did COVID affect their program? Players playing, players not playing. You had all kinds of stuff going on. Not making excuses. That's not what I'm doing. I'm just saying we don't always know the details of what's behind the wins and the losses when those extracurriculars are happening like that. But at the end of the day, he's been around a long time, and seemingly late ad. Steve Fink already had the media guide out, so we're gonna have to redo that. But it seems like it kind of strengthens the bones of this Gamecock football program.
Yeah, well, you hit on the key thing. I wouldn't. This is not a head coaching position, so I'm not even sure how relevant it is because there's been a number of great coordinators and assistants who, for whatever reason, did not work out as head coaches. But that doesn't mean they're still not great. We see that all the time.
Sure.
All the time. And furthermore, Georgia Tech has been in the area code of either train wreck or just perennially mediocre long before Collins and after Collins. Now, they seem to have their guy now in Coach Key. And maybe they become, I don't know, somewhat relevant, that they go to more bowl games. But they're never going to be a player for national championships, playoff appearances. It's just not the way Georgia Tech is wired anymore. That's a whole other discussion. But as it pertains to Jeff Collins, it didn't go well. I think there were a couple of things that he said that he was trying to, every head coach, if they look themselves in the mirror and are being honest, there's a little bit of gimmicky to them, right?
Sure.
There's the X's and O's. There's the all the things that come with that job now. I mean, you're basically the CEO of a program, but there's also, you're a salesman big time, not just in recruiting, but in fundraising and everything else. You're always selling, sell. If selling makes you uncomfortable, you probably aren't going to be a great head coach. It's no longer just, well, my X's and O's are better than your X's and O's. And Jeff tried some of those gimmicky things in Atlanta, and it just didn't. It fell flat, and the team fell flat, and he got fired because of it. After I think he was there 4 years. But as it pertains to Carolina, here's a guy that has been an assistant coach for multiple SEC schools, always had a good rep as a DC and as a defensive mind. And if you look at when Nick Saban in Alabama, when they allowed quote unquote analysts to be a part of these coaching staffs and not count as your allotment of 10 or whatever, Nick was the master of getting guys who were fired elsewhere down on their luck. They'd come to Tuscaloosa, would immediately help. Sarkisian's the most current example of this. Immediately help Lane Kiffin, so on. I can go on and on and on. And Loxley. And then they would rehabilitate their career of sorts and then get another head coaching job. I don't know if that part is in the cards for Jeff Collins, but what I do know is that all hands on deck, like that's only a positive thing to add him. Like, you've already got a great thing going right now with Coach White and your defense, but there's never too many good minds in that room or that think tank.
Yeah, I'm with you on that 1,000%. He is an elite recruiter, and you're right. The Nick Saban rehab coaching center that he used to have down there, he probably should have built an actual building for it. But you think about how many guys. You think about how many guys Kiffin. There's a bunch of them. The question I have about this Jeff Collins thing, as it pertains directly to South Carolina, and I'll ask John Whittle this same question, who, by the way, is probably going to be more 10:30ish today. By the way, 10:30 on Whittle. I just got a text from him. Are we like Shane Beamer is pretty savvy, as you well know, and he's a note taker. He's got so much structure to him. He is very well prepared for a lot of things. He has already, without basically saying the name Clayton White, has told the general public, I have fielded lots and lots of phone calls, and we have some sources that say Clayton White has been a hot name on coaching lists, head coaching lists, right? So if you're Shane Beamer, to try to create some cohesiveness and some continuity in your staff and some stability, or continue to have it, is this a little bit of a Mike Shula type situation where Dowell Loggins moved on to become a head coach? Shane Beamer had his guy who was sitting right there in the office already. We obviously don't know that. The season has played out. We don't know what's going to happen with the defense or Clayton White or what goes on around college football that affects all these things. But when he was hired, to your point, number one, you have a chance to hire a great coach, do it. Number two, if Clayton White gets a call and he has to move on and better his career as a head coach somewhere, Jeff Collins isn't the worst replacement in the world, sitting right there in the building.
100%. And I mean, I look at compiling coaching staffs, again, with these analysts, the way you compile depth on your roster.
Right.
Like, you can never have too many quarterbacks in that quarterback room, right? Carolina's enjoying that luxury right now.
We're going to talk about that, by the way. Interesting article out there on Carolina quarterbacks.
Okay. I mean, there have been times where you didn't know if Carolina had one good one. Well, right now right?
Well, just a few years ago, they were playing a grad assistant.
Exactly. And now you look in the stable and you're like, damn, how are we going to keep all these guys? And maybe you won't. I mean, recent history tells us throughout the country, if you've got a really highly touted kid and he believes he's ready and he's got a chance to play right away and make just as much, if not more money, he's gone. That's just, there's no loyalty. There's very little loyalty. Although I will say there's a really good article, John Talty of CBS Sports, who used to write for the Birmingham papers, been on Feinbaum a lot. He wrote a really interesting piece on CBS Sports on Dylan Stewart and talking about his offseason and looking ahead to this year for those that want to take a gander at that. It's a nice, easy read. It'll take you 10 minutes. But yeah, I mean, you can't have too much depth. And this is a big year for Clayton White. You know, you've seen this before. You're only as hot as your last season, and he's on a heater.
Yeah,
phenomenal. One of the best defenses in school history last year. Right.
Yep.
And the second half of the year before, the first half, bad. Second half, good. Last year, exceptional. Now you lose a ton off that defense. And everybody is expecting, well, maybe not everybody, but I would say most people are expecting a little bit of a dip. How big of a dip is that? Like, you could still be a really good defense and be a dip from last year, which was generational good. And so, yeah, if he puts it together again, right, and like just dominating defense again, now the phone is ringing off the hook.
Yeah.
Now the phone is ringing off the hook. So, yeah, I mean, look, what made Nick Saban's run at Alabama so incredibly good is you go down the line of all the coaches that he lost, one after the other after the other. It wasn't a Brent Venables hanging with Dabo at Clemson for 15 years situation. Right. It was a Kirby Smart, you're the man. No, you're not. Sark, no, gone. Lane, gone. Now, Lane actually kind of pushed himself out the door, but that's a whole other story. So Nick was constantly having to hire new coordinators and new coaches at Alabama, but it didn't matter because the system and elite talent, there were very few years where he didn't have the most talented roster in college football. And so they were on autopilot. They could afford to do that. Not many programs can. I mean, I would submit to you that Clemson's defense took a dip after Venables left. Now they feel like they've got so much talent there that this year they should be dominating again with a different coordinator. But a lot of coaches, they can't survive that. They lean so heavily on longtime coordinators, and when they lose them, it's like, oh, blank, the secret sauce just went out the door. So yeah, you can never have too much talent in any phase, personnel, players, coaches, staff, everything. So I think it's a wise move. I can't see any drawback of having a Jeff Collins be in that defensive room and helping get ready for games.
You mentioned something you said just a minute ago. I hadn't really thought about it that way, and I'm not sure how many people have, but I think it's a really good point, and it's not a negative point. It's a positive point. You said it's a really big year for Clayton White, because while right now, to your point, in the last, so the stat is, we gave this stat last week, in the last 16 games, South Carolina football is giving up an average of 16.94 points per game. That's pretty elite. It's pretty elite in quite an offensive league, and they played Clemson, and I mean, we all know the numbers. And that Clemson team, by the way, who scored 14 points this past year, scored 16 the year before. So they're getting up 15 points per game to the Tigers in the last 2 years. It's pretty good. But throughout his tenure, even though it's all in the past now, it has been very much Jekyll and Hyde. And they prior to those 16 games, they had some good defensive performances, or some good defensive halves, or whatever you might call it. But then they've had some really poor moments too, right, Mike? I mean, there's been like there's how many games early on in Coach Beamer's tenure were essentially over in the first quarter? A lot of them, and some of that was because the offense wasn't very good. There's no doubt. I mean, we don't have to replay that. That gets brought up enough. But also, like, defense couldn't stop anybody. It just wasn't good. You talk about uncomplimentary football, or non-complimentary, however you want to word that. That was that. There's no doubt. So what you're getting at is consistency. Like, can this thing carry over year to year for the first time since this group arrived? Because Clayton White came in with Shane Beamer, and, that's yet to be seen. Can you replace some of your leaders? Now, they are replacing them with talent. There's no doubt. But how does it all come together in the whole 9 yards? We don't know. But I do think it's a very interesting point that you make, both for the Gamecock football program and for Clayton White, who I do think will be a head coach one day, by the way. I do think he'll be a head coach, probably sooner than later. But that'll be fun to watch, especially as the season gets going here in about 5 weeks.
Sure will. Yeah, there's a lot of exciting stuff going on. We're inching closer and closer. ACC and Big Ten had their media days last week. I don't know how much you got into that toward the end of the week, but
a little bit.
Yeah, you've got some national stories going on. There's going to be a game in Germany between Michigan and Western Michigan next year.
Yeah, I mean, why are you doing that?
Money.
I know, but I mean, like, at what point in time is enough? And you make these people, they want to watch the game, go to Germany. I don't.
Well, no, they'll watch it on TV.
I know that.
It's just like anything else. The big money people. Like I was around a lot of prominent boosters during my time at Carolina, and I can tell you this: if Carolina played their opening game in Kazakhstan, as long as there is a seat for them on the charter, which if you give enough money there is, they're there. And they're gonna make a family trip out of it, maybe get in a tank, I don't know, and enjoy the football game. Maybe have a good gyro. I don't know what they serve up in Kazakhstan, but a lot of when Jamie, it's all a matter of perspective. You and I have to worry about things like budgets, right?
Yeah.
We time management, kids in some cases, like all that. But for a lot of folks, and those are the people that are making these trips.
Yeah.
These are the people that have the means and the time to do it. And so for them, I mean, going to Germany is not a bad thing. I wish the matchup was better. I don't know why we have to have a sacrificial lamb in Western Michigan. You could have just made this a Big Ten game, much like the Big 12 is doing in Dublin. make this a little more intriguing. So basically, Michigan's getting a dub, a no-sweat dub, and their high-money fans get a free trip to Germany. They'll probably be there a week. They'll do sightseeing. They'll do everything else, and they'll make it a family vacation. That's the appeal for most. Watching it on TV, the crowds are never the same. It's just, you got a lot of people there that are local that don't really understand. They have no rooting interest. So it's just like it is in the NFL. It's a weird deal. But just like everything that the NFL does is now gravitating toward the college game. Jamie, I know you watch some NFL football. You noticed how many games have been played in Europe here the last few years?
Yeah.
It's increasing every year. Every year. It started off as just London, then it went to Germany. It's been in, I don't know, Mexico. It's been in a half a dozen countries minimum. And that's where we're headed to college football as well.
Yeah, I mean, and that's, pardon me, that's kind of my question is, I understand the NFL. I don't love that either, by the way, but that's okay. I mean,
Most
but I
people
understand.
don't.
But I understand the financial impact of that, and I understand the financial impact of this. But I mean, is that like is there some underlying reason that I'm not aware of that they feel they need to grow college football in Germany? Like, what is it? You know what I mean? I still can't for the life of me figure out how we bleed this sport over here. They bleed it in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Western Michigan, you're talking about a team that to comp it out here in South Carolina, like those kids get to, and their families get to go enjoy a game in the big house, much like the Citadel or Furman or something like that, going to South Carolina or Clemson or wherever, and you're taking all that away from them in lieu of some cash to go oversee. I don't know. I don't agree with it. I think it's ridiculous, but
it's not going away.
I'm not in charge of the money either, Mike. So, nobody asked my opinion.
It's not going. Well, it also depends on, I mean, have you been to Europe? No, you're not a big traveler guy. Do you just like planes, or you just don't like going?
Well, I hate planes, but I would go to Europe. We just haven't been able to go to Europe.
Okay. Well, I mean, you're still young. You got time.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you and the missus, if you could pick one country in Europe, what would it be? Where would you go?
We would probably go to, well, let me say this. Like Carrie wants to go back. She's been to Ireland, so she wants to go back to Ireland.
Okay.
So
a game in
we
Dublin.
Traveled overseas. Yeah.
Carolina, Virginia Tech in Dublin in 2028. You wouldn't be the least bit tempted to make that, call it a family vacation. Oh, by the way, also catch your team live.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
that's it. I mean, that's the appeal.
I would,
that's what they're selling.
But I'm in the minority, the very small minority.
I don't know if you're in that big of a. Again, it comes down to, do you have the means to do it?
Yeah.
I don't know many people that wouldn't think it's cool to do a trip. Most people I know like to travel. They want to explore new parts of the world, right? As you get older, I think that becomes more important in life. You've done everything domestically. You want to see what else is out there. If you can do that and turn it into, like, mix it with your other passion, which is Gamecock football, I don't think the minority is as big as you think. Like, I know a ton of Florida State fans last year, up until the result, partied their ass off, had a blast watching that game in Europe, right? But a lot of them dropping down a couple grand wasn't a huge deal.
Right.
For a lot of people, it is. But by the same token, if we're going to make it about money, look at how much money you're paying for tickets for a game at your home ballpark these days. I mean, a lot of people are just priced out of this thing, period.
Yep.
They just are. And I mean, that's a subject for another show, but who do you think's footing the bill when you hear like $20.5 million are going to the players, and not all that is coming out of the TV coffers?
Yeah.
A lot of that is you, the fans, are going to be paying more for everything.
Yep.
Everything. So it's just the reality of the situation. Like, if your team goes to the Super Bowl, you want to be there. Then you look at the price of the tickets on StubHub and you're like, well, I don't want to be there that much.
Yeah.
But the people that, for them, maybe $2,500 on a ticket is no big deal.
Yeah.
And so they just fill up the seats, corporate money, corporate everything. Yeah, I mean, I hope we don't get to the point, Jamie, where we completely price out middle-class America on enjoying college football, college basketball. Not too worried about college baseball in terms of ticket pricing, but those first two, it's getting pretty pricey.
There's no doubt about that. All right, it's 10:27, so we need to step aside. John Whittle will join us when we return, but Mike, if you can drive us into
yeah, well, we're talking economics, right? I mean, part of the thing is, do I want to buy that fancy ticket over there in Europe, or do I have to pay an exorbitant amount on my mortgage rate? So that's where Troy Branham can step in and save you money. Great time for first-time home buyers now. He's got some specific packages for you folks. I know we have a lot of younger people that listen to this show, which is great. We have a lot of 20-somethings, 30-somethings that maybe you're looking to buy your first home, and it's been a little scary out there with the market. I'm not smart enough to realize why we haven't cut Fed rates, but we still haven't. You have one man controlling all that. Jamie, you'll explain that in the 11 o'clock hour. Full breakdown by Jamie Bradford.
Full segment on that.
Get your notepads out, boys and girls. But here's what I do know. Troy Branham can save you as much as it possibly can be saved on your mortgage, whether it's a new one or a refi. Been in South Carolina for 30 years. Been working for Golden Gate Mortgage that long. Locally owned and operated, not some huge chain that gives you gimmicky stuff that you'll see in your inbox or maybe a text message. No spam here. Just a guy that with a really good plan who cares about South Carolinians and trying to help them navigate through these rather choppy waters. 803-238-0111, 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website, ggmortgage.com.
John Whittle is standing by. He'll join us. We'll talk some quarterback stuff and more when we return.
Oh, man, the building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC, Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Debuting Sunday, June 1st at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app and the Chief Sports YouTube page. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, SEC Sunday Night will feature the conversations, have the information, and host the guests that make this storied conference great. Join us June 1st for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Happy summer from the Barn Dominium Company, where they are building dream homes all across the Carolinas. Their turnkey process can be custom designed, and you build it your way. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us. Gamecock owned and operated.
Bring on the storm.
right, it is 10:30. Welcome back. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show brought to you by Gamecock Traditions. Order that Carolina gear and have it shipped right to your home. There's John Whittle. Curveball, literally, curveball, throwing a curveball to you here, Mr. Baseball. Are you fired up for Bristol Motor Speedway hosting the Reds and the Braves on Saturday, where they're going to set a all-time attendance record? 85,000 tickets have been sold for this game.
Yeah, I was checking out the pictures here just a little bit earlier, and pretty sweet looking deal. So yeah, I might tune in for an inning or two, see what it looks like out there. I think it's a pretty neat thing that they're doing, and trying to bring some different exposure to the sport.
You got to figure the executives in Bristol were kind of hoping the Braves would be more like 60-44 as opposed to 44-60 for this game, but it's not slowing down the rubbing is racing folks. They're all going to show up and probably have tank tops on and lots of beer and stuff like that. And I don't know. Is there a good seat for this thing? It looks like they've got some that they've built in there, but the rest of it.
I think some of it's fine. I mean, that track is only so big. I think the field fits in pretty nicely.
Okay. All right. Do y'all like this, Mike? Do we need more of this? And do they need to play a football game at Bristol? Because they did, right?
I thought they have.
Didn't they play? That's what I'm saying. Did they need to do
Virginia Tech, Tennessee, right?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
When was that? 10 years ago? Was it that long?
Oh, not that long. No,
Okay.
about 5 maybe.
Yeah.
Look, it's one of 162. Baseball, I think, needs all the help it can get to kind of spicing up things up a little bit at that point. And in this case, the Reds are going nowhere, and the Braves have been probably the most disappointing team in the sport. They're the third or fourth worst team in the National League, and now their entire opening day rotation is all on the shelf. So, yeah, at this point, they could play the game on Mars. It's not going to matter a whole lot. Braves fans are mourning the loss of a season at this point.
At least
I went to a race in Bristol one time. Never a NASCAR fan, but a buddy of mine, Sean Bishop, shout out, high-ranking guy with Pepsi. Brother Kyle is a football coach assistant, and I think at Berea High School up in South Carolina. But went to a race one time, sat fifth row, and it was incredible. It was incredible. I had no idea what I was getting myself into. Wasn't really a fan of the sport, just like going to sporting events. And, I left. Right now I've got a little bit of a sunburn. But when I left there, my arms were gray from all the tire soot and tire rubber that was all over me. So it was a really neat experience.
I'm like you, John. I'm not a huge auto racing person in general, but the wife and I did F1 last year in Miami. And that was pretty cool. It's one of those things you're either in person to experience it and feel it. Because you really do feel it. When those cars go by at that speed, you actually feel it. So I could be convinced to go to a couple more, give it a shot.
Yeah.
Why not?
I'd like to see one of those myself. We're going to see the Gamecocks on August the 31st in Atlanta, Georgia. Camp starts this week. John, what are your top storylines for this football team?
Going to be hot this week. Look forward to getting out there. We get to watch a little bit. Yeah, we get to watch a little bit on the 1st, the 2nd, and then I think the 8th and the 10th is when it's open to the media. 4 days for about 3 periods. But I know y'all were talking a little bit earlier when y'all were talking about Clayton White, but I just want to go out there and see what things look like from a defensive leadership standpoint, and personnel wise too, obviously. But you look and you think about the type of leadership that was lost on that defense last year. Whether it's Nicky, Email Warrior, O'Donnell, Fortune. I mean, you lost your top 2 vocal guys and top 2 leaders at every level with Debo Williams, Demetrius Knight, Alex Huntley, Tonka Hemingway, TJ Sanders. I mean, you lost talent in those guys, but those guys just ran the show. Clayton White did a phenomenal coaching job last year, but he didn't have to coach real hard. I don't think. when you have guys like that who have been around for so long and who have such respect of their teammates, that makes your job so much easier as a coach. So, ton of credit to Clayton White, but ton of credit to those players too. And, I think that's not only is the talent a big loss, but losing so many guys who were just so good at leading others, knowing where to be, knowing where everybody should be. I think that's just such a big deal.
Yeah, I agree with that. And they now add Jeff Collins to the mix. So whoever puts the media guide together for Gamecock football, Steve's going to have to get them back in the lab. They're going to have to get that remade. What
do you do it digitally? I think they can do that.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. We won't get a new printout. No. I'm surprised we still get I'm surprised we still get the books. They don't make them for any other sport but football. But I'm happy to get that a little bit later this week.
I'm glad they do though, because I like to collect them. I love looking back on all kinds of stuff. So, what does this add in your mind other than experience? For what it's worth, here's some numbers, and then you can answer the question. What do you think he adds to the staff? I'd say immediately and long term. On this staff, there are 24 years of collegiate head coaching experience. Okay, with Beamer, Sean Elliott, Mike Fury, Mike Shula, and Jeff Collins all being, well, one's a current head coach, all being former head coaches. And for what it's worth, even though Jeff Collins didn't coach in the NFL, there's 112 years of NFL coaching experience on this roster. On this staff, which is pretty remarkable. So what does Jeff Collins in your mind add in the short term and then potentially in the long term?
Well, I think when you bring in a guy like Jeff Collins and like y'all were talking about with Nick Saban doing that so many times over at Alabama, I think you have to have a guy who fits pretty well and isn't going to step on toes. You've got defensive coordinator already, you've got position coaches already, and they've done a good job. So you've got to have guys who are a good fit. And I think that's probably what this is. Clayton and Jeff Collins have worked together before and have a relationship. Same with Shane Beamer. So I think that's a big deal that makes these situations work. So, I am encouraged by that. And, I don't. There may be something to what you were saying earlier about Clayton White taking a job and Jeff Collins being ready there to step in. And, I think that's probably a big deal with Mike Shula on offense. So many times when you hire a new offensive coordinator, you really have to figure out what makes guys tick, especially your quarterback, and figure out how to keep them in the right headspace and maximize their abilities. And sometimes that takes a minute to figure out. And sometimes that changes when the bullets start flying of the season. But with Mike this year, he knows that, he's been down on the sidelines for a year with Lenoris and knows what buttons to push. So I think that's a huge deal. And if it works out that way with Jeff Collins next year or the year after, then, maybe that's a good thing. But I don't know that is, the number one deal, but that's certainly a little side benefit for sure.
His defenses at Florida were elite, top 10 defenses back-to-back years. When he was with the Gators in 15 and 16. By the way, the Cicadas are a wonderful addition to the program.
Run, John. Run for your life.
Now
it's a plague.
Screened in porch. I don't got to run.
Now that the bird's taking a hike, this is. And I really don't care. Cicadas are, I hear them all the time. They go in one ear and out the other to me. But, all right, you mentioned Mike Shula. I want to read you something. Grace Rayner. We all know Grace, who's with The Athletic now, and she wrote a column just a couple of days ago. Landon Duckworth's South Carolina recommitment, another reminder of QB recruiting drama. And there was I'm not going to read the entire article here. Again, it came out on July the 25th, but I'm going to pull something in here that she wrote, which makes you think about things maybe a little bit differently with what's going on at this position right now at the University of South Carolina. Clearly, the year has not been played. We don't know what it's going to look like. We think we do, but we don't. With Lenore Sellers and so on and so forth. And we have not seen Landon Duckworth yet in a uniform. But here's I'm pulling this from this column. However, as South Carolina has proven, maybe better than any other program in the country these past few years, the chaos of QB recruiting isn't always bad. Things are looking up in Columbia for a South Carolina program hoping to enter the college football playoff picture, and the quarterback position is arguably the biggest reason why. Quarterback recruiting isn't all about high school recruiting, as we all well know. And if you go back in the last few years, they lured Spencer Rattler out of the portal. I know that Robbie Ashford really only played in one game here, but he was a big pickup out of the portal. Aaron Nolan has been a big pickup out of the portal. They recruited Lenora Sellers and have developed him, and now they've got Landon Duckworth. So do you think that this article written by Grace Rayner in The Athletic, does South Carolina have an argument for maybe doing the best job at creating the quarterback position in college football?
That would require me to probably know a little bit more about the rest of the country than I do to make that statement. But you got to feel like South Carolina's done a pretty tremendous job in what they've done. And, you didn't even mention the fact that Lenora Sellers' recruitment wasn't exactly straight up. He was committed to Syracuse for so long. And, I don't remember the exact timeline, but it was pretty darn late that South Carolina ended up offering him and flipping him from the Orange. So, I think South Carolina and they've had several different quarterback coaches at this point now too, right? You've had your Satterfield and your Loggins and now your Shula. I mean, you've had some guys who have figured out how to land players at that position. So I don't even think you mentioned Cutter Woods either, and he was probably the guy coming out of the spring who he probably had, at least in my estimation, at least as much hype as Aaron Noland coming out of the spring. So, that backup quarterback battle is going to be really interesting. You throw in Luke Doty in there too. And not that he projects long-term, but, if you need somebody short-term, he might just be the guy because the other two guys talking about Nolan and Woods, you got to grow those guys up a little bit. So, for God forbid something happened with Lenoris, but Doty's right there as well. So, I think South Carolina's certainly in a really good spot, in terms of, comparing it nationally, that's a great question for Mike and JC, but I'll tell you this, like, it's hard for me to imagine, or it's hard for me to remember South Carolina being in a much better spot than where it is right now. There's certainly been some good ones here at times, but the string of guys that they're on and the way they've come and kind of developed, I think has certainly been really positive development for the program. And we've seen plenty that if you have a great quarterback, you have a darn good chance to be a pretty darn good team.
Mike, I think again, it hasn't all played itself out, so we're projecting a little bit here, clearly. But to John's point, like if you go back, we already mentioned Zeb Nolan, right? And then remember they had to kind of they played a trick on everybody basically and threw DeCarrion in there to win a bowl game. And prior to that, Luke Doty kind of had to rush out there and play quarterback, and they brought in Colin Hill from Colorado State because they didn't have a quarterback. And remember, they kind of got Jake Bentley in here early and kind of threw him to the wolves in his career. I don't know that there's been like a setup like this, if you want to call it that way, or kind of a pecking order since right after Spurrier got here. I mean, once Steven kind of took control of that room, and then you started to see Connor, you knew who the next quarterback was. And then when Connor would go down, you started to see Dylan, you knew who the next quarterback was going to be. And then that was kind of it. But it feels like we're maybe we're touching that cycle again because we knew it was going to be Sellers after Spencer Rattler. We don't know who's going to be next, but it certainly seems like they put themselves in a prime spot for somebody to win that job, not be forced into it.
Yeah, I mean, like John said, I don't recall. I mean, I go back to covering this program closely to the late 90s, but even before that, I remember the older fans out there and listeners will remember the name Dickie DeMacy
Yeah.
That was the backup to Todd Ellis. That didn't go so hot, with all due respect. You go back to the Brad Scott years. They were always a quarterback injury away from the season imploding. Lou Holtz, kind of the same thing. And much of Spurrier's tenure, too. I mean, fortunately, they didn't have the amount of injuries at the quarterback spot for much of Steve's 10.5 years holding the clipboard. But when you look at the stable now, and again, we're just basing this on recruiting rankings and everything. These guys haven't done anything.
No.
However, it's looking more and more. It's closer to a Georgia, Bama, Texas quarterback room than it is a Vanderbilt, Missouri, Mississippi State quarterback room, just based on what they've been able to bring in from a pure talent standpoint. So obviously that's big on two fronts. Number one, yeah, of course, if Lenoris gets hurt, you want to have a plan. And then number two, it just helps the transition, because nobody expects Lenoris to be around after this year now. It helps the transition going from one quarterback to another, as opposed to like, okay, our blue chip quarterback's gone. I don't know. I guess we're just going to we just have a competition. Like the elite programs now, they're no longer having those setback years or competition years, because what does an Ohio State do? They just go in the portal and grab one. You know, I mean, that's right. What. Or if you're Texas, you give Arch Manning $4 million to sit on the bench and be a spot player, but you hang around for the next year. That's your opportunity, which is 2025. That's not reality for 99% of the college football programs out there. So I think it's lined up as good as it's ever been lined up.
Very similar to Charlie Whitehurst, who I think is probably has one of the greatest sports positions in the history of any sport. I mean, he just hung around and made like $50 million as a backup quarterback in the NFL forever.
Oh, yeah.
Genius.
Touchdown Jesus.
The guy was genius.
Clipboard Jesus.
Yeah, clipboard Jesus. Is he still doing that? I mean, nobody would know.
I think he's done.
I think he got like 50 million.
Probably like running a hot dog cart in Akron. I don't know what he's doing anymore, but no, he made a great living at it. That is for sure.
My man Michael Flint has always said the best position in sports is the third string quarterback in the NFL, because you're not going to play. If the second string guy goes down, guess what? They're going to sign a dude. You just hang out over there and we'll pay you to do it.
The third string guy in the NFL now is not even active.
Right.
So you're the third string guy. You don't have a uniform.
Yeah, you're just chilling.
Yeah, you're totally chilling.
Goodness knows the situations are very different. Clemson's bringing back a pretty darn good quarterback this year. But did I see over the weekend that Clemson's activating a graduate assistant quarterback to be on their roster? Did I see that right?
I don't know.
No, I missed that.
I did too. Is that true?
I think so.
Oh, who do we need to call to confirm this?
Yeah,
Phil.
Oh, okay.
I'll Google it real quick.
That's all right. We got Google working behind the scenes here. Real quick here on the Collins thing, the on-field coaching limits. Those are no more in college football, right? Like the 10 on field, you can have whoever you want out there. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Okay. That's what. So he can be out there, hands-on and actively doing things.
Are there any restrictions for an analyst anymore?
Few, and I don't know what they are, but there. I mean that was part of the deal with Greg Atkins, a couple years back. Like he's able to take a much more active role on the field and help out with the offensive line.
It makes sense, because you could never convince me like those guys were not more actively involved in things that they were supposed to be by the letter of the law.
Exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
How do you police that? I mean,
you don't.
What are you
somebody turns you, a disgruntled player turns you in and says, yeah, he was actually recruiting and drawing up plays. Well, an analyst can't recruit. That's still a rule, isn't it? Or is it not?
I think so.
I
don't think they can go on the road.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's pretty hard to recruit if you don't do that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can meet with them on a visit.
Yeah.
I think you can do that. but you can't be out there going to high schools. And I think maybe that's all changed. Hell, I can't keep up with the rules. I'm having a hard enough time figuring out all the rules on paying players. I'm not sure exactly what the letter of the law is on analysts anymore.
All right, so here's Phil's response to it's Hunter Helms. Hunter Helms, who grew up and played in Columbia. Well, you know who Hunter Helms is, John. Mike, I'm not sure if you know who Hunter Helms is or not, but he was already there, graduated, or I think or maybe he transferred. Did he transfer and then transfer back in as like a GA? And now they've placed him on scholarship, according to the Greenville News, is what Phil says, for emergency purposes. Okay. Whatever. We've been there before. Know how that feels.
Yeah, totally different situation. They got a pretty good starting quarterback over there.
Yeah,
and
they're not relying
They activated Zeb to compete for the starting job, and obviously started several games. But I just thought it was interesting. I just thought it was interesting.
Well, the Nolan thing too, which is crazy. Do you remember when that happened? We were kind of told like this. That's for emergency purposes only. The guy ended up being the starting quarterback. I think it might have been you who was like, yeah, I'm not sure I'm buying that. I think this guy actually is going to play for South Carolina. And most of us thought there's no chance he's going to see the field. But sure enough, he trotted out there and brought him back to win. Was it the Vanderbilt game?
Vandy.
Yeah. Which would have, that was a bad Vanderbilt team. That would have been a really rough loss.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I'm going to ask a question that I pretty much know the answer to, but I'm going to ask it a little bit differently. Because practice starts at the end of this week, would you anticipate in the next 3 or 4 days we get an answer on Rasul Faison for South Carolina?
The NCAA operates when it feels like operating. I mean, you know, there was like we talked about last week, you know, there was some hope and optimism for several reasons that there was going to be a ruling. I guess a week before, I guess 10 days ago, 12 days ago. That didn't happen. So, I mean, I don't know. I don't know when it's going to happen. The NCAA got some finalized information that week, and you thought that they'd be able to make that call pretty quickly after receiving that, but either they have and it came out poorly and South Carolina hadn't announced it, or they haven't heard back yet. So, you know, I think as soon as South Carolina hears, whether good or bad, we'll know pretty quickly. But you know, I'm not the NCAA doesn't operate on the preseason practice timeline, unfortunately.
So we had Darren Usher on last week for a long time, as you know. I asked him a question. He didn't. I don't know if he didn't know the answer. I'm pretty sure he did, but I believe that he elected to let Shane Beamer answer that question. Maybe he'll get asked this today, John. If he is not cleared by the first practice, which is on Saturday, I believe, right? If he's not cleared, can he practice?
Well, if Darren Usher's not going to answer it, then I'll let Shane Beamer answer it later too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
I don't know for sure. I think so, but I don't know for sure. These NCAA rules change every day, and I don't know the answer to that question with regards to Rasul. So I'm not going to pretend that I do.
All right. What do you have coming up this week on the Big Spur?
Well, we have Birdies with Beamer today. We'll head out there and talk with a bunch of assistant coaches and hear from Shane. And I'm sure Rasul will be talked a little bit about. We get to watch basketball practice on Wednesday. So that'll be nice. We were supposed to be able to do that a little earlier this summer, but ended up not being able to. But we'll be able to do that on Wednesday morning, late morning. So then you got practice starting August 1st, right? And we'll be out there on the practice field. So, you know, there's going to be a whole slew of football in the build up to the start of this thing over the course of the week. And I'll sprinkle a little basketball in there too for those folks.
Your reporting last week, by the way, on basketball, you reported that Mongolian Mike Sharavjamps, who has transferred in, and Michi, is it your understanding that they will, I don't know about exact 50-50, but they will share the point guard position?
I think you're going to see Michi listed as point guard, but I think you're going to see Mike handling the ball quite a bit. I won't go so far to say 50-50, but I think a lot more than what folks have probably anticipated. But Michi's back and practicing a little bit. He's getting going. He missed the first couple of months of the summer with the little back issue going on, but he's working his way back into it and into some on-court action. And so he's ready to go. And Freeze Doko, who was back at home in France until I guess it was about 10 days ago. It was either not this past Thursday or Friday, but the week before he was back at home in France, and now he is on campus and doing his thing. So there's some things going on over there with the hoops team as well.
Wonderful. Football season starts first, so we'll look for all that, but we are excited.
Absolutely. So as soon as I hit close on the laptop, I'll head on over to the University Club out there in Blythewood and see what's happening. I know Hale and Alex are out there on the courts right now. I can't think of anything much more miserable, although there is a little breeze out here today for some reason. But 100-degree weather, I'll pass on golf in that.
Well, yeah. Both of them lucked out today. I mean, Hale's group, I'll be shocked. I know Meredith just texted me, and she said her money's on Sterling's group. But, I mean, Hale's playing with Connor, Pat, and Wheezy, George Wynn. I mean, I said, Hale, you're gonna be a horrible golfer in that group, and y'all still might win this thing because those guys are incredible. But Alex lucked out. He's playing with Alex English.
You know what? You play for second place when you play in this. If Sterling Sharp is playing,
you're gonna lose.
They're winning.
That's true. Sterling doesn't play in
There's never any cheating. There's nothing but pure honesty and integrity every time these best ball events are played.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on them to submit a scorecard that's in the 20s. They haven't done that just yet, but it's been close a couple of times.
I'm going to go with the group of Maneri, Jeff Davis, Rick Henry, and J.R. Barry. Probably doesn't have much of a shot at this thing.
J.R. Barry.
But best of luck to the four of them.
Wow. There's a name. There's a name. Is he still doing it? Is he still?
I thought he retired.
I thought he retired, yeah.
Didn't he retire, John?
He's doing just enough to be able to continue to play in the Shane Beamer Birdies with Beamer Media Golf Tournament.
Okay.
Whatever that minimum requirement is.
It's like the Joe Pinner path of staying around. Joe is still pimping products long after he was earning a paycheck in TV. God bless him.
Dude, a few months ago, we were up at my family's mountain house in Maggie Valley, and I was sitting out on the porch, and these two ladies were walking up the hill, like walking up the mountain to the top, just on a walk, and one of them was Dondi. And she looked over and saw my shirt. We sat there and talked. I was like, what are you doing here? She's like, my friends own a house down here. I was like, wow.
Dondi Mercer Plank?
Yeah.
Married to Craig Plank, my longtime State Farm agent.
Yes. That would be correct.
Don't be afraid to walk that plank.
Shout out to Craig.
I didn't have that on my bingo card today. Shout out to Craig Plank of State Farm.
There you go.
Boom.
Free promo. All right, John. Always a pleasure to see you, my man. We'll look forward to actually being able to talk about some, actual football things next week. That'll be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to that. So look forward to seeing you guys then.
Bring the cicadas back. We'll see you then.
Stay calm, or cool, and calm, and collected.
Yeah. That's right.
Take care, guys.
See ya.
All right, it's top of the hour. Order your gear. Gamecock Traditions. Get it now. Get it now. Get it now. Don't wait. It won't be there. GamecockTraditions.com, the widest selection of Carolina gear in South Carolina. We have plenty of football to get to. We'll be right back.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Happy summer from the Barn Dominium Company, where they are building dream homes all across the Carolinas. Their turnkey process can be custom designed, and you build it your way. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us. Gamecock owned and operated.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, presented by the Barndo Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got a hand for you. I said get up.
right, it's the final hour of the morning show. Welcome back. Inside the Gamecocks. Brought to you by Palm Casual, palmcasual.com, palmcasual.com. There's the golden tones of the great Mike Morgan. I'm JB. We're both Palm Casual customers. If you want to soup up your outdoor space, that's where you do it, palmcasual.com. Gamecocks landed a commitment over the weekend. Koshi Barnes commits to South Carolina. They're at number 22 in the 24/7 Sports composite rankings. JC will have more on that coming up in just a little while. But they are also like number 13 or something in the average player rating, which
that's
is
the more important number, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know if you caught our conversation with Darren Usher last week, but it was incredibly insightful. He just wanted to stick around. He pretty much was here for the whole program, and there was never a dull moment.
Have to cut him a check after that segment.
I know. I texted him. He was like, dude, I could do that with you all day. And I said, well, I could do it too, because it was all very good information. But I asked him, I said, is there a number? Like, do you have like a number each year that, you know, a range of how many high school kids you're looking for? And he said, yeah, basically about 15 to 20. Now, obviously, that's going to change a little bit, you know, from time to time. But about 15 to 20 is where South Carolina's high school classes are most likely going to land. And then they will supplement with the portal. That's kind of their plan. Their plan is working. But the key is to sign good players. You know, like they could have 25 or more commitments right now and probably have a top 10 recruiting class just because the numbers would all add up when it comes to ratings and this, that, and the other. Like you get all these points for the number of players you get, right? They were more about saying, no, here's our number. We're going for quality within that number. We'll supplement. And they're nailing it. I mean, they're signing really good football players, and they're signing the kids that they want to sign mostly. And some of the ones that they've missed out on, it ain't over. So, you know, there's just a long ways to go, but they're doing a good job. But the people who just freak out over what number is next to their team when they look at recruiting rankings, I would say, look at the fact that South Carolina has 14 and then go look at the fact that some of these other teams have 30. There's your difference. You know what I mean? Like that's just, they've got double more of the players you have. But the average per player outside of Alabama, really, who's just crushing it, is pretty similar.
Shocking.
I have a question for you. I have two questions for you. I was thinking about this over the weekend. I don't know that this is I think a lot of us would agree with one game in particular here. Okay. And I do want to get to the Barry Trammell stuff here in just a little bit, but I want to ask you a question about his tenure at Carolina. Is there one win to this point, if you had to pick one, that stands out as the most important victory since he's been the head coach at Carolina?
Shane Beamer's most important?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one win.
Two come to mind, and they were essentially back-to-back, or just about. The Tennessee and Clemson 1-2 punch, and you could certainly argue it depends on which way you want to go. You want to go emotionally, it's Clemson for obvious reasons. It's your in-state rival. Clemson comes into that game a 2-touchdown favorite. You're trailing, you come back and win. Or is it a primetime game against Tennessee where Spencer Rattler goes off and throws 6 touchdown passes and Tennessee never knew what hit them? And, you know, history, sometimes things get lost in the shuffle. Don't tell me that all happened because Hendon Hooker got hurt. Carolina was dominating the game before Hendon Hooker got hurt.
Yeah.
And last time I checked, Hendon Hooker didn't play defense. And Tennessee's defense had no answer. That particular night had zero answer for that offense.
Oh God, I'll never forget any moment of that. That was, and remember, 2 of the 3 games before this, Carolina's offense hadn't scored more than 10 points in SEC games. I mean, that was the week before they lost 38-6 in the Swamp, and it was like, I mean, even Fowler and Herbstreit were up there going, well, this thing's basically going to be over before the first quarter. And they were right, but for the wrong team.
Yeah.
And but I said Clemson. And here's why. Everything you pointed out about Tennessee, I got no issue with that. It's 100% right. But as shocking of a victory as I can remember in my lifetime at South Carolina, as shocking of a victory with how it all unfolded, scoring over 60 points. But the win the next week at Clemson did two things. Number one, it continued the momentum. It wasn't a one-off. They scored another 31 points and had some amazing things happen. But most importantly, it stopped that streak.
Yeah, no question. The streak was brutal.
That was brutal.
And it was like you couldn't help but think about it routinely.
Yeah.
Just as I'm sure Clemson fans thought about it when they lost 5 in a row to Spurrier's Gamecock squads. So, yeah, I mean, and again, comeback fashion on the road, 2-touchdown underdog. You could easily say that's one of the biggest wins in the history of the program, not just the history of Shane Beamer.
All right, I'm gonna flip this, and I'm gonna ask you a different question. Clearly, no matter what the answer is, and it doesn't matter because expectations are high, regardless of what has happened already at South Carolina. But is there a loss that you would point to and say, in whatever way you want to say it, was the most impactful loss of his tenure? It's hard to remember them all, but is there one that's just like, oh golly, I can tell you right now? This is the reason I thought about these two questions, because this popped in my mind first. I don't even know how I started thinking about it.
The loss question is harder because, I mean, right now the program's humming. So, like, if you would ask me this question after the 5-7 season, I probably would have said the Florida meltdown.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
100% agree. That's spot on.
Because you gave that game away.
Yeah, and that had they won that game and everything else played out the way it did, he would be 4 for 4 and going to bowl games in his first 4 seasons at South Carolina. And that's a big deal in Columbia.
Yeah. What were people saying about Clayton White after that game?
100%.
How quickly things could change.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember with that. Yeah. I mean, you got you had a clear mismatch and you didn't do anything to address it. And that kid who's now playing for the 49ers was just snapping ankles. But that shouldn't have come down to that. That's a game you had won. I can't remember. Was it 9 minutes in the fourth quarter?
They're up by 10.
By 10.
Yeah.
You can't lose that game. There's just no, and at home, there's just no excuses. So that's the one that stands out. I mean, you were talking about the Zeb Nolan, like if you lose the East Carolina game, if you lose the Vanderbilt game, you don't know how crippling those losses can be.
Yeah.
And you already had a fan base. It's so easy to forget these things. The hire of Shane Beamer was met with a lot of criticism, locally, nationally, everywhere. So there were a number of people waiting to see an embarrassing loss and say, see, I told you so. This was an abysmal hire.
Mm-hmm.
And then even after the 5-7 going in, as this show was on the air last year, you go back and there was a lot of just, you could just feel it. You just feel a lot of people very unconvinced that the program was headed in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I mean, you've got a chance to have. I mean, Shane's already got the best start in the history of a 4-year coach at Carolina, correct?
Yeah, by one game.
Yeah, and I mean, I just can't see a scenario where it's fewer than 7. And that's if things just don't go your way. Fewer than 7 wins this year with the potential of, I don't know, 10. So, and then we already talked about the recruiting. We already talked about the stable of quarterbacks. We already talked about the staff and some of the continuity there. There's just no reason to think that this program is going, because this is what I talk about all the time. Carolina fans, the older you are, the more you are just ready for the floor to fall beneath your feet, right? You're just used to, like, every time you start getting giddy and feeling like you've arrived, and then it's kind of like, who predicted that Steve Spurrier, after those 3 straight 11-win seasons, would then pull out a 6-6 and then pull out a season where it's so bad, and he looks at the kitchen cupboard and he's like, oh gosh, it's about to get worse. I'm done. I quit. That was just one more chapter of Gamecock fans feeling like, what the hell, man? Why can't we just sustain success?
Yeah.
In reality, very few programs do. It's like, you don't have a monopoly on being inconsistent. That's more programs than not. But I just don't see where the major pitfall is. You could take a step back this year from 9 wins. I mean, that's more than possible. And any fan that's being honest knows that's a possibility. I think the schedule actually is pretty. I think you can navigate through that pretty well. Like there are, as you always say, Jamie, there are no easy schedules in the SEC, but I think the way it sets up, you could get off to a good start, which is what everybody wants. You can get off to a really good start, depending on how Missouri on the road goes. And then, by then, who knows how many of those young receivers are catching fire. The defense is starting to gel better. We can't talk about running back because we still don't know what the case is going to be there. But, yeah, I mean, I just think over time, I'd be shocked if this team won fewer than 7. And the ceiling, 10. And then you go to potentially a playoff. I think 9-3 with that schedule, you're in. So many things had to happen last year for 3 SEC 9-3 teams to not get in. That will not happen again.
Mm-hmm.
I guarantee you that will not happen again.
I look at this. You're right. A lot of things because of the success that is happening right now, and the anticipation for a potential playoff berth and Lenore Sellers and all that stuff. And that should be the topic of conversation. But also part of our job is to be able to kind of, you mentioned the word navigate through the last few years and how we got to this moment. And it is kind of remarkable if you think about it, because I don't even know that me personally, while where Carolina was, I'm not so sure I even ever let myself think that it was kind of as bad as it was. Like, it wasn't good. You know what I mean? And I'll give you a couple of examples here. And they're actually very similar to when Coach Spurrier got to South Carolina, but they have different team names. And you remember Steve comes, he says, why not us? And we can do all this stuff. But one of the things that was very important to him, although he would never just come out and say it. I mean, he did come out and say it actually after they won. We got to start beating some of these guys. We got to beat Tennessee. We got to beat Florida. We got to beat Clemson. I mean, we can't just, we got to win some big games around here. We're not going to get very far just by beating Vanderbilt and Kentucky every year. And they did, starting in that first season. I mean, they beat Tennessee in 2015 or 2005. They beat Florida in 2005. Lou Holtz had some success against Georgia and had some really close ones as well. And he beat Clemson in 2001, and then of course Steve turned that around. But in a different way, when Shane Beamer arrived on the scene in Columbia, or back on the scene in Columbia, Mike, different names. We got to quit losing to Missouri. We got to quit losing to Kentucky. Like, we're worried about Georgia and Tennessee. We can't even talk about getting on that ladder until we're beating these teams who we're supposed to be beating.
Yeah.
And he turned that around. Of course, he beat Florida in his first year. He beat Auburn in his first year and things like that. But we'll see about Missouri. I mean, I hope that win last year wasn't just a one-off in this series, because prior to that, Missouri owned it. And remember when Shane got here, Mike, Kentucky had won like 6 of 7. It was pretty embarrassing if you're a Gamecock fan to see how those programs had flipped. And now he's kind of got that ship back in not taking on water, right? They've won 3 in a row against the Wildcats. He's beaten the Tigers twice. So kind of starting to check the lists off of let's kind of restructure the hierarchy around here and start going after some of these big teams like the Alabamas of the world and those teams. They've beaten Texas A&M. They're starting to get there, but when you really go back and zero in on it, not only were the records not good, in the eyes of the fans, when you were falling behind teams that you should have been beating on the regular, that was just crazy. And he's made sure to get that right.
He has, and that's the first step. And you mentioned the Missouri thing. Gosh, that was my focus all last offseason. Like, you have got to win that game.
Yeah,
you just can't. And I know Missouri has clearly turned a corner under Eli Drinkwitz. They deserve the respect that they're getting. You know, you're winning 10 games a year in Como. I would argue that the schedule has helped, but still, they've surpassed a lot of expectations. And I think Eli is a good coach who's done a good job for them overall. We'll see how life without Luther Burden and Brady Cook treats them this year. But yeah, that had to change, and the Kentucky one is the other one that obviously had to change. But they're not just feasting on the second tier.
No.
And you know, like, history will say Brad Scott beat Clemson a couple times, but those were mediocre, just Tommy West, bad Clemson teams. Take a look at the two Clemson teams on the road that Shane beat. Nationally ranked, high-profile ACC champion, playoff contender / playoff team. Different deal.
Yeah, 100%.
Different deal, right? You look, Carolina was phenomenal on the road last year. Now, Oklahoma and Kentucky turned out to be not very good, but still, those are quality wins at the time. And
beat the hell out of them.
Yeah. Beat them like a rented mule. So yeah, they've clearly turned a corner. Easily could have beaten Alabama. Had that game. Easily, and that's would have been another feather in the cap. You don't have the opportunity to beat Georgia, but that'll be the next one if you can, when they resume. Hopefully they'll be back on the schedule next year. That's a call to America. Hey, this program has arrived, because Georgia has been the most dominating program really for the last 5+ years in college football.
Yeah. To your point, and you said it exactly right when I mentioned the Missouri, Kentucky stuff. Yeah, do that first. What comes later is what you just mentioned a moment ago. Shane Beamer, 3-4 versus top 10 teams at South Carolina. That is one less win than every other coach combined who has coached at South Carolina 4 or more years. So basically, in their first 4 years, there have been 4 top 10 victories of every other coach ever. And Shane is 3-4 himself, not to mention he's got the most wins versus the top 25 in his first 4 seasons in program history. And he's played in the most games. So the schedule has been incredibly difficult, and he's won 7 of those. You know, it's the little thing. When you go back, you kind of break it down, and you start seeing it's like rehab, right? Yeah, okay, we got here. We can get here. We can do that. You mentioned Georgia. We're going to talk about Barry Trammell. We'll hit a timeout. We're going to come back and talk about his comments. I have an interesting solution to some of his comments, but that's all I'm going to say.
You're a problem solver.
Not really, but nobody's going to actually do this.
Maybe not.
But it could be a solution.
Okay.
Is what I'll say. But if you could please, sir, get us into it.
Well, I know a man that does have solutions, and that's Larry Leitner, damn it, the owner and founder of Mid-State Roofing. You want solutions. For 30 years, they've had the solutions, the proven leader in roofing and waterproofing. Proven history is your assurance that their professionals at Mid-State Roofing will provide proper advice, service, results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. You've also got Blake Leitner reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. All these things are under one, you guessed it, roof. 803-356-1919, 803-356-1919. You can also check out the website, midstateroofing.com. Whether it's patio furniture and palm casual or something this major, you get what you pay for. Mid-State Roofing is the industry's leader for a reason. It's not to say that they're the most pricey at all, but trust me, in terms of getting that job done right, you do not want to gamble with your roof. 803-356-1919. That's Mid-State Roofing.
11:27. We will step aside and be right back.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by Palm Casual Outdoor Patio Furniture. Go Gamecocks!
We say our prayers, sing them to the sky. Bust our backs, barely getting by Carolina to California up to Illinois. Yeah, there's guys like us. Yeah, there's guys like us. Blue collar boys. It's another South Carolina defensive score. Blue collar boys.
Reed's in the pocket, and so is Carolina.
Here goes Allen inside the 10. A huge play for the Gamecocks. Oh, Cam, you can left hand snap.
Oh, Berkeley, boom! This place has gone nuts. Lenore Sellers going left side. Touchdown! One of those incredible plays in Carolina football history. Lenore Sellers. Maybe more of that in store this season. Welcome back. Powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. We all know how hot it is outside. If you want to go on a bike ride, go on a bike that can get you home faster. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. Beat the heat. That's for sure. They are Gamecock owned and operated. So we don't have the video from Barry Trammell, but Mike, you and I can pretty eloquently.
I can send it to you.
Well, I've got it. I'm just saying we don't have it loaded.
Loaded, okay.
Yeah, but essentially, for anybody that doesn't know Barry Trammell, he's been, how long has he been around? 50 years? I mean, he's had to have been right. I know over 40.
I don't know how. I mean, I go back my first meeting with him when I was doing Big 12 games for Fox. I went to Big 12 Media Days, and I sat with him, Travis Haney, who used to be with the Charleston paper, covering the Gamecocks, and some other guys, and just got to know him. And I've always respected his writing, his coverage of the sport, but he's a longtime Oklahoma guy.
Yeah.
So I realize for a lot of people are like, well, who's this guy? So he covered Oklahoma, obviously going back to the Southwest Conference days to, I'm sorry, the Big 8 days to the Big 12 days, and now the SEC days. So he's spanned over some time. So it's guys like that. No offense to like the younger generation who's chiming in hot takes on social media and what have you. Guys that have been around the block a little bit, I tend to listen to a little bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for anybody wondering, his comments were essentially that a quarter of the season for many teams in the SEC is exhibition because they play 3 games against a bunch of cupcakes, and he thinks that he said he would argue that the regular season in college football is basically what everybody makes it out to be. He actually doesn't think that. He thinks it's less valued because of the number of cupcake-style non-conference games that the league plays in. He did mention an idea from the head coach at BYU who said, give me 9 conference games and then 1 Power 5 game against a team from every other league. He thought that'd be a great. Basically, how do we enhance the regular season is what he was getting at. He did point out there were a few teams, one of them, of course, is South Carolina, that plays multiple Power 5 games outside of the 8 conference games that they play. Florida is the other one, Alabama. I think that's it. I think those are the only 3 in the SEC. How, just out of curiosity, before we go any further, how did you take his comments? Did you feel there's a lot of validity to them? What'd you think?
I did. I'm coming around to this. There's 2 ways to look at this. Like, you can get all defensive and go, oh yeah, well, it's the best conference in college football. And you're right. But I do think there's too many throwaway games in college football that don't need to be there.
Yeah, across the sport, you're saying, not just in this league.
Sport.
Okay,
not just in the SEC. The Big Ten is they're no. I mean, basically, well, we play 9, yeah, but look at your 3 non-con games, and several schools in the Big Ten do not play a single Power 4 conference out of on their schedule.
Right,
a single Power 4 conference team in their non-con. So they're doing the same thing. They load up on MAC teams. They load up on Conference USA teams. Everybody does it. There's cupcakes on everybody's schedule. It's just a matter of how many.
Mm-hmm.
I now with an expanded playoff, I just don't think we need to do this anymore. And there's a clear line of demarcation between Power 4 football and Group 5 football / 1AA football. We can get to a point where the SEC plays 9, the Big Ten plays 9, they play one another for 1 game. You play every SEC team then should play yet another power team. In Carolina's case, that'll be Clemson. And then what you want to do with that 12th game is up to you. You know, if you want to play the Girl Scouts of Madison, Wisconsin, then go ahead and do it. Whatever you want for the 12th game. You want to just keep the money on the in-state, then play Wofford. But I hope we get to a point where, yeah, there's less and less of those games. So I have no problem with what he said. And I don't think he wasn't like pitting the old, my conference is better than yours. You know, he covers Oklahoma, like I said, now in the SEC. The point was bigger than just one conference versus another. And that's the other thing. I mentioned ACC and Big Ten Media Days. I'm sure many people out there caught this. I mean, you had coaches going to the podium that clearly this had been written down and rehearsed, going out of their way to talk about, well, our schedule's better than the SEC.
Right.
We're better than the SEC. I mean, some of it was embarrassing, quite frankly. I mean, if you're the Big Ten, you got some bragging rights. You've won the last 2 national championships. go get you some. If you're the ACC, come on, man.
I know.
What are you bragging about? What are you flexing? But you had a couple coaches from the ACC that literally went up there and took pot shots at the SEC, and I'm just sitting there like laughing. Like, what have you done?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little sharky to me, smelling some blood in the water, and the fact that the Southeastern Conference has not won a national championship in a whopping 2 years. That's number one. Number two, we hit on some of this late last week, and I know you weren't with us. I said it's no coincidence to me at all that the two teams that were the most argumentative of being in the playoff in Indiana and Southern and SMU, it was their two coaches who were out there beating their chest and throwing shots at the Southeastern Conference because the three teams that this league presented that could have gotten in didn't, and those two programs did get in there. By the way, on the Rhett Lashley thing, there's a chance, and I would predict it's a pretty high chance that between Auburn, Arkansas, Kentucky, I don't know, throw somebody else in there. There could be an opening or two in the SEC this year, and if he goes out and wins another 10 games at SMU, he was a quarterback at Arkansas. He's been an OC at Auburn. I would venture a guess he might be on the radar. Spare me, and let's hear these comments again when they're top heavy. They've only won. There's only 6 teams that have won titles since 1964. Name another league that has more than half of that since 1964.
The ACC has been the Clemson Florida State Conference for the better part of 20 years.
Over that,
nobody else is moving the needle.
It's like Kurt Signetti. I mean, okay, whatever. To Trammell's, because I went over this last week and I was like, this is just a clown show. To Trammell's point, I don't disagree with him. There are two things though that are pressing to me on the point that he's making, Mike. Number one is something that is really not high on anybody's radar, but it's high on mine because I was born in what used to be little old Charleston, South Carolina. Now you need a jet to get around because you can't get down the roads, but that's for another day as well. Offseason, next July, we'll do that. Programs that lean on the money of Power 5 programs are going to have a very difficult time surviving without a major television deal and probably a split in their own playoff system or something like that. Now, the FCS has their own deal with the playoffs or whatever the case is, but places like the Citadel, Furman, Charleston Southern, they need these games to sustain their programs. Okay, I know that's not high on the totem pole for virtually everybody, but it is something I think about. Same thing with small group of fives. Might even be more important to small group of fives who don't have their own playoff. Ball State, for instance. He mentioned Kent State, who's playing two. I think Kent State's got like A&M or Arkansas or something this year, and then like another team from the Big 10 or the Big 12. I mean, they're going to get a hell of a payday. So those are programs that they want to sustain themselves. I'm thinking about the kids and the athletes. That matters to me. Now, to the fan and television networks, nobody wants to see that, and I've got it. It also matters to coaches who just like to schedule a win, Kurt Signetti. That's number one. Number two, it comes back to the same thing that you and I have talked about literally all summer long and all spring and all last fall. The playoffs. We just went through a system that rewarded wins over quality. We just did it. That's why Signetti's scheduling these cupcakes. I mean, Barry's pointing out he was started with the SEC, and that's fine. I got it. He wasn't taking a shot. I don't disagree with anything he was saying or anything like that. But the prime example of this just happened. Indiana just canceled Power 5 games in lieu of victories because the committee said, win more games and you get in. So why would the SEC schedule more difficult games? Why? Now, I have a solution if we really want to disregard the playoff thing. I have a solution. And it happens in the ACC. It's happening in the ACC right now. Did you know, I know you did, but to the common person, that Virginia and North Carolina State play 9 conference games this year? they're playing each other to preserve the rivalry so they don't lose the game, but it doesn't count towards the standing.
Yeah.
South Carolina and Georgia, you're on deck. But like, as awesome as that sounds, if you're Shane Beamer, why the hell would you schedule Georgia? Why would you do that if you got left out last year at 9-3 because you were 9-3? Why would you do it? So, and until we have a solution that rewards the right teams for the playoffs, I don't know that you're going to have what people want to see when it comes to quality of matchups. And that's all I've got.
So was there a question?
I was just making my whatever that was statement. I don't know.
It was a little bit of a commentary,
okay,
which is good.
It's kind of
you got that
JC-ish, yeah.
Yeah, you got that. You got that off your chest.
Does any of that make sense? Am I wrong?
Which part?
It does. If you're the,
I'm sorry, I'm also tracking this Deion Sanders story, which we'll get to in a second. But I was a little distracted because I've been hearing different things from different people. But we'll get to that in a second. Go ahead.
If you're the, I understand the TV and what the fans want to see, and the sports writers want to see, and the networks. I know that, and I know that the SEC is probably going to 9 games. By the way, I got it. But we just went through a year where more wins rewarded you to get into the dance of football. Why are you going to put more roadblocks in your way if you don't have to do it?
Yeah, no. I think that's clearly the MO of a lot of coaches and teams. And the only way you're going to change it is to kind of force their hand. So 9 conference games doesn't allow you. It's one less cupcake you can put on the schedule. A SEC Big Ten Challenge, for example, is one less cupcake you could put on the schedule. Coaches, most of them, now the ones that do go out of their way to schedule difficult, deserve praise. And yeah. I think Shane is one of those. Dabo is one of those. Kirby Smart is one of those. When Nick Saban was coach, he was one of those. I remember Nick Saban telling me at a coaches meeting once, like, if I had my way, we play nothing but power. At that time, it was Power 5 teams. He said, but if other teams are going to do this, then yeah, I'm going to put Western Carolina on there. I'm going to put Western Kentucky on there. I'm not a fool. I'm not going to be the only one that just schedules a bunch of difficult games. That was his point. So, I mean, coaches in this case kind of need to be told what to do. And when the SEC goes to 9 and the numbers financially meet everybody's goals, then that'll make everything a little bit more entertaining. And I think at some point I'm going to keep faith that the committee will one day be changed to people who actually know college football and are capable of recognizing the difference between a 10-win Sisters of the Poor schedule versus a 9-win juggernaut schedule. 9 is greater than 10 in that case. I know that goes against math, but in that case, 9 is greater than 10.
100%. I want to throw another team in there that deserves some praise. So the next time your home's being treated for rodents and roaches and all that type of stuff, you can let your Miami fan know that your buddy, you can let him. Hey, props to the Hurricanes. You know what I mean? Because they do schedule well in the non-con. They play Florida, they play Auburn, they play South Carolina. Obviously, Notre Dame has the tie-in and things like that. Like, but Miami will play games.
So will Texas.
Yeah. Obviously, Bama. I get it, but Miami hasn't had the success that these guys have. And and they're playing like they could cake. They're in the ACC, so they could roll out a 7-1 and cakewalk through another 4 and finish the year 11-1 in today's system as we know it, and be in the playoffs. But they do schedule tough in the non-con, so I want to give them credit for that. Let me ask just one question here. Trammell said he believes that if you're playing these cupcakes, a quarter of your schedule, so 3 out of 12 is 25%. It's exhibition, and it devalues the regular season. Do you feel like the regular season in college football is devalued based on that statement?
Well, I don't, because I watch a massive amount of college football. So even if some teams are playing lopsided games, I'm just going to watch other games.
I know that. I'm with you. Bingo.
So it doesn't faze me. I can always. There's some weeks are stronger than others, but I can always find some games that I feel are compelling enough to watch on a college football Saturday. So for me, no, I don't. I think at that point Barry's is trying to take a strong stance and maybe goes over the mark a little bit, because we can go week by week on the schedule. In fact, I actually have something similar to that in my possession, like top 5 games every week,
and you can find them.
You can find them. They're really not that hard, and they're all out there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I 100% agree. That's where I was going with that as well. By the way, today being the 28th of July, which means we're 1 month from what you could argue is like the first kind of bigger day of college football. I know it starts on the 23rd. I've got it. And Iowa State and Kansas State play in Dublin, as Mike pointed out earlier. But Thursday, August the 28th, as we lead into the weekend, it'll be the first of 5 consecutive days of college football once again this year. Bravo to the sport for doing that. East Carolina is at North Carolina State that night on the ACC network. Again, 1 month from this evening. And an interesting one at 9 o'clock that night. Nebraska's at Cincinnati. How about that? Nebraska at Cincinnati. So some Big 12 ESPN action on Thursday.
Did you see Memphis tried to buy their way in the Big 12? They tried to pull an SMU, and the Big 12 said, no, we're good.
Yeah, I think Memphis has some interesting stories that have been floating out of there the last few days. Most notably the kid that gave away the playbook.
That's another one. Yeah.
That's a big problem, man.
It's not good. Not a good one. How many times does that happen without us ever finding out about it?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. But it's that kid's going to get his rear end beat if he ever comes across his teammates again. You wonder why did he do that? What was going on?
He was disgruntled about something. I can't remember the whole story. I caught a little bit of that earlier this morning. Who knows why some of these kids do what they do. All right, let me just address the pink elephant in the room.
Yeah,
Deion Sanders and his medical team have a press conference scheduled for later today.
Right.
So there are reports out there that he will step away from the job due to health-related reasons. That's not confirmed yet, but it's out there.
I haven't seen anything official.
No, nothing official at all. Would it shock me? No. Health issues aside, it would not shock me regardless. Now, personally, as I've said many times, I'm in it for the entertainment part of it. Colorado football, for me, I could care less. I want to see Deion stick it out. I want to see Deion go 5 years in Boulder. I want to see Deion without the best quarterback in the league and without the best player in college football for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see Deion have redemption for getting smoked in a bowl game with those 2 players playing by BYU, a not-so-good BYU team. I want to see all this, but I don't know if we're going to see it.
Yeah, you know what's coming with this. If he does step down, again, none of that's confirmed. I did see a report that said he was, per sources, of course. So we'll find out. But the instant reaction is going to be, well, he didn't have his kids and he's out. Maybe there's truth in that. I'm not sure.
That's what a lot of people thought all along.
But if that's the case, I'm not saying it's not. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah,
that's our job.
Sure.
Why would he have hung in here until basically August the 1st and then said, okay, I'm peacing out now? I don't.
Fair point.
I'm not really sure that I think Deion doesn't run from anybody. He's not scared of anything. He's not worried about his image with anybody. He never has been. Mm-hmm. I think if Deion wanted to peace out back in April or May, he would have peaced out in April or May.
Yeah, and he just went to Big 12 Media Days.
Right.
And addressed the media like he was there. He wasn't a no-show. So who knows? I mean, he's had some health issues before. Everybody knows about the toe amputation story. Like he's really had some issues there.
Yeah.
Hopefully this is not too serious. I would love to see a healthy and vibrant Deion Sanders. And again, I would love to see him back at Colorado. It's not me being a fan or anything else. Contrary to what some people out there would like you to have to make a choice. You either love Deion and think he walks on water, or you're a hater. No, like I always say, I save my hatred for much more important things than Deion Sanders. Like I could care less, but I do think it's entertaining, and it's kind of like a reality show experiment, taking this guy who does everything kind of differently. You know, he doesn't recruit. He ain't got no time for that. I mean, not going on the road, not going in. He basically portal guy, got his 2 kids to play. Apparently, Shurburtt Sanders is in the Colorado Hall of Fame already. There's a lot of really good players that went through Boulder that are still not in that Hall of Fame and have their number on the stadium. So it's going to be massively
fair,
entertaining to see what he would do without Travis Hunter and without Shurburtt Sanders.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to see that, but I don't know if we will. I mean, if you're holding a press conference, typically you wouldn't do it just to say, hey, my health is not great. Maybe he just steps aside for a little bit, but he comes back. Who knows?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. And I'm taking the humane approach to this thing and saying, well, I hope this guy's okay. Like I really
do. Of course, 100%.
I always get it drives me nuts when the speculation happens and then everybody, these kids aren't there, so he quit. Guy could have cancer. Like we don't know. I would caution everybody.
I have no idea. I have no idea. And certainly hope it's nothing like that whatsoever. But
I think he's been good for college football for all the scrutiny that he's taken and probably deserved in a lot of instances. Mike, I think that overall, I think he's been good for college football, quite frankly.
I think he's been entertaining. I don't know if he's been good for college football from an entertainment standpoint. Yeah. Like, I mean, some people have just gone over with he's revolutionized coaching college. No, he hasn't revolutionized anything.
He hasn't done that.
But he's been fun to watch. He's always been an entertainer first. Hell of a player. For those of us old enough to remember Deion as a college player, and pretty much like ending Clemson's dreams with that kick return for a touchdown. And then
told a great story about that on Friday. He was at that game. Yeah, he was visiting Clemson when he was being recruited.
Oh, really?
And
wow.
he was there.
He was there for that game?
He was there. Yeah, they were awesome. the recruit. He said during the commercial break on TV, the teams were on the sidelines meeting with their coaches, and Prime was the only guy on the field. He walked out to the Tiger Paw and was trying to hype up the crowd, and of course they were booing him into oblivion. And then he took the punt.
Oh,
to the house.
I mean, he was just, and they were terrible Falcon teams, but those first few years in Atlanta, every time he touched the ball, you just thought he was going to house it, whether it was a pick or whether it was a return.
Mm-hmm.
So, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see what the news winds up being, and obviously Colorado. I mean, Colorado has invested so much money into this operation. Where do you go from here if he walks away? Now what?
I don't know. Marshall Falk is on that staff. Maybe he takes over. Or Warren Sapp.
Well, you want entertaining, but make Warren Sapp your head coach.
I've actually been, I would say, pleasantly surprised by some of these superstars that we watched. Eddie George. Anxious to see what ends up happening with Michael Vick. I don't really know how that's all going to unfold. He's at Norfolk State, which I've driven by numerous times on the way to Delaware. It's right there. But Eddie George has done a nice job.
Oh, yes. Yes. Quint says 2 words, Mike, Nick Saban. Hey, that's
maybe McElroy knew something all along, and he's, I don't know.
Well, Nick didn't do his best to diffuse it because he basically went and said, well, my wife, Miss Terry, says,
sweep the floor.
Sweep the floor, and I really don't want to sweep the floor. I mean, Nick is doing everything he can to leave that door open. I will say that.
I don't blame him. Why not?
No,
he's smart.
When it's in your blood, it's in your blood. Like, he doesn't need the money. He lives a life that you and I could only dream of. But and don't underestimate the wife. Sometimes the wives fall in love with the job. They love going to the functions. They love going to the games. They love living the life of a coach's wife, especially at this stage.
Yeah.
The kids are raised, they're empty nesters. What else are they going to do? There's, I don't see Miss Terry playing pickleball in Jupiter.
No, I don't think so.
They might need something else to kind of keep the juices flowing. So it's not crazy. I'll still believe it when I see it. And I don't see Nick Saban in Colorado personally.
No.
That doesn't seem like the job for him.
I think that environment's.
But who knows?
I think the air out there has a little bit of a different stench than what he would want to really be around. And I don't think that's going to be in Nick Saban's lane if this happens. So we'll see. We'll see. Hello, JC. Hello,
Hey.
Mad Dog.
Hello. I wonder if Colin Cowherd's theory about the Browns and Saban has legs. That's a franchise he's familiar with. It's close to where he grew up. He has obviously experience there when he coached under Belichick. If he could draft, I guess the theory was he'd draft Arch Manning. And if you have a 3 or 4 year pro career and you get to a Super Bowl, like, Dick Vermeil, you're still awesome. That's kind of one more thing to accomplish. And I mean, he's 74. It's not like Nick Saban's 68 or so. I mean, his clock, he'll be 80. I mean, you take Colorado, you're probably going to have to, it may not even happen in 4 or 5 years and you're 80 years old. And sometimes there's a difference with those things when you get to be that age, but shoot, he looks young to me.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that's true.
But I wonder if the Browns thing has any legs. That was interesting. I mean, I don't know that I completely buy it, but he wasn't, terrible. Like Bobby Petrino and Steve Spurrier were terrible in the NFL. He actually was like 10-6 and 8-8.
He made one fatal mistake.
Yeah. Well,
you remember what that is?
Well, no, it was the medical staff with the Dolphins.
Well,
Drew Brees.
right.
Yeah, they wouldn't let him sign Brees, and he signed Culpepper.
Culpepper over Brees. Culpepper over Brees. If that doesn't happen, if he gets his way and it's Brees over Culpepper, who knows what happens with Nick Saban in the NFL?
Good point.
I think his style of coaching works up there too. I mean, I think he just probably gets more gratification coaching non-pros, and that's why he went back to college. A lot of coaches in college will tell you that. Well, I get to pick my own roster here. I'm not at the mercy of.
So you're telling me he's going to go to high school? Is that what you're saying?
No. Now, Will Muschamp, I can see that dude coaching high school ball one day.
That'd be awesome.
Dude, seriously, that guy, he's that I could see him doing that one day. But Saban, pros.
All right, everybody's
kind of thought about that.
Everybody's thoughts on Happy Gilmore too.
I thought it was. I laughed and watched it start to finish, and
thought it was perfect.
People are saying it's terrible. I kind of looked at it a lot like I looked at Coming to America too. I just wanted kind of a check-in on the original, like how's it going? And sure, there was some crazy stuff in there, and maybe stuff that wasn't believable. But it's Happy Gilmore. Did you believe the first one? Was it real before its realistic portrayal of the sport of golf?
I know. I keep getting all this stuff about how the thing ended with the putting green and all that. I'm like, a tower fell down and he putted it through one of the poles that held the tower up. And Happy Gilmore, what? Did you not see the original? What are you talking about?
I mean, it's supposed to be that way, you know.
That was a whole play on the Live versus PGA. I thought it was what it was supposed to be. I thought it was supposed to be nostalgic. It was. I thought it was supposed to be funny. I thought it was supposed to be silly. The cameos were supposed to add to it. They did. I thought it was everything I thought it was brilliantly done. They didn't try to recreate number one. I thought Chubbs' son was awesome.
I mean, made me laugh.
He had the worst wooden hand known to man.
Dude, that wooden hand was awful.
It was held up by a stick. You know? I mean,
that guy's so funny too. He's good to
he's a funny
about everything he does,
He's
dude. Yeah.
Who is it? Who's the actor?
Oh, his name escapes me.
I don't know his name.
He's good though. He does some stand up that's hilarious.
He played Huel in Breaking Bad, and
yeah.
So, it was so funny.
Which one was Huel in Breaking Bad?
He worked for Saul Goodman. He was the big black dude.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That dude's funny. He's like, I always thought Anthony Anderson's another actor I think is pretty funny in just about everything, but that guy's just like Anthony. I mean, he was. I thought it was good, man. And Adam Sandler had his two daughters in it. One played his daughter, and one played the. And man, Ben Stiller's part, how
great.
Like expanding that part was genius. I thought
genius idea
because he's not just he's a really, really bad person.
Like I thought, and I'll be honest with you, I thought one of the great storylines was such a curveball. Was I'm not going to give it away for those that haven't seen it, but you know, Virginia, Happy's wife, like how it all started. You're like, what? You know, like in the end when they walked through the graveyard and it said "Mr. Lady" on the headstone. Like,
Rob Schneider had a cameo. You can do it. You can do it.
Yeah. I thought it was the way that it was supposed to be done. I thought they did a good job.
It's not going to win an Academy Award.
It shouldn't. It's not the point. You know?
What's winning Academy Awards these
days? Will Zalatoris was brilliant in this movie.
That was good.
You know?
That was good.
So
I watched it just so we could talk about it today on the Crosstalk, Jamie, because I saw your tweet that said you were going to watch it twice, and I was like,
I did.
I don't watch this thing, I'm going to feel like a horse's ass.
Yeah. I have a new show for all of you that I did discover last night, and I was up till 2 in.the morning from 8 o'clock until no, not last night, Saturday night, sorry. And it's called Hightown. Have you ever heard of it? It is on Netflix now. It was a Starz show. It's
good. All right, I'll check it out.
Netflix could use something good because they go up in price like every 6 months, and the quality's not getting better.
Yeah,
they're on the cut line right now.
Well,
it's like the last week of training camp, and they're on my cut line.
Cut on Hightown, and you'll see.
Who's in it? Anybody I'll recognize?
I don't. They're not like major people, but you've seen a couple of them in things before. You'll just
When's Landman starting again?
I think in like October or something.
November.
Landman and Tulsa King, or no, Mayor of Kingstown starts back in October. They are shooting another Tulsa King too, so it'll all come out at once. I actually watched Rambo 2008 this weekend as well.
Wow.
Okay.
I went on this Rambo rabbit hole thinking about Stallone. I read this interview with him in the Hollywood Reporter, and I was like, I don't think I saw Rambo 2008. I saw Last Blood, which was, well, it's a Rambo movie, but it was actually really good. Stallone actually wrote and directed Rambo in 2008. It's about Burma and kind of the tragedy there. It's a pretty good movie. So.
The original First Blood is still just such a good, incredibly thought-provoking. Like, there's a deeper meaning to all that. But the original was, first off, in the original ending, he dies. And Stallone said, we can't have that. There's enough pain surrounding Vietnam vets. This has to have a better ending than him dying. Not to mention the people involved are probably like, franchise, a lot of money if we don't kill him here. But the other one is the original. He's got a ton of dialogue. He's talking. And finally, he's like, no, this is a guy that doesn't need to be saying a lot. And if you go back, he probably says like 100 words the whole movie, but it's great. And Brian Dennehy is such a good just jackass in that movie.
Yeah, and then the guy that played the Colonel was in most of them. And
you know what that was supposed to be? That was supposed to be Kirk Douglas.
Kirk Douglas.
Kirk Douglas was supposed to be the Colonel, and they tried him, and Kirk was like, I'm the star of this movie. And they're like, okay, sir, you need to go. And so they cut him. They cut Kirk in order to use, I forget the guy's name, Brenna or something.
Yeah, he was the and
Richard Crenna.
Clint mentioned in the chat box, Richard Crenna. Yeah, the monologue that Stallone did at the end of Rambo was awesome. That was some of the best. That showed his acting chops. Man.
Yes,
and First Blood was it's fundamentally different. I mean, it's along the lines of like The Deer Hunter. I mean, that kind of movie that explored Vietnam in that way.
It's thought-provoking. It's not just a shoot-'em-up movie.
Instead of, like, could you imagine if they would have franchised The Deer Hunter like they did?
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
Hey, it's another game of Russian roulette, everybody.
Yeah, went a completely different direction with Rambo. But those two movies were similar genres back in the day. So, but yeah, I went down the First Blood rabbit hole, and I was like, I have never seen this one in 2008, and I don't know why. I was going like to the theater to see movies just about every other week at that point in my life. I have no idea why I didn't go see this. So
it's no Cobra, yes.
Nothing Cobra, is as good as Cobra.
There's a story about Cobra too. That Stallone was supposed to be in Beverly Hills Cop. That was his movie.
Yeah.
And then instead they're like, no, this is not funny. This is terrible. So they get Eddie Murphy to do Beverly Hills Cop, outstanding. And then Stallone does his dark movie that he wanted to do, which was Cobra. Cabretti, do you know how you have an attitude problem? Yeah, but it's just a little one.
And you know, he did Stop or My Mom Will Shoot because Schwarzenegger did Kindergarten Cop, and he was trying to one-up him because they're like rivals.
Those movies, speaking of rivals, it kind of rivals the movie that Hulk Hogan was in, Mr. Nanny. Remember Mr. Nanny?
Brother.
I never saw that.
He wore
R.I.P. to the holster.
The best, man.
I know you guys had a chance to talk about that. But
we did.
Yeah, we definitely talked about it. The news broke like right before Phil and I went on to talk, right when we came on. So sad.
Did you tear up the shirt in his honor on the air?
No, he was here like last spring at the Jewel Osco, which is a grocery store over in Lockport. And my friend down the road is a huge wrestling guy. Hulk Hogan's like his hero. He waited in line 9 hours to meet him. I got a picture with him and stuff. Apparently, the health issues just kind of popped up. It was just something that was brewing under the surface, and he didn't make it. So,
well, I think it was you, JC, who posted that picture on Twitter. There's a great shot of it's like heaven full of the dead wrestlers now.
Yeah, it's on Instagram.
That we all grew up on. I mean, most of them don't make it to 70. They've all been injected with God knows how many growth hormones and steroids and everything else. So even if you lived a clean life otherwise, you're lucky if you make at that size, your heart. You're lucky if you make it that long.
I said I was surprised after Ozzy died that he outlived Richard Simmons.
Yeah,
and then I'm surprised that Ric Flair outlived Hulk Hogan.
Right.
Unfortunately, I mean, because Flair's had some bad health issues lately. For a while, but it's sad. It's been sad since they shot Harambe. Little did I know that they would shoot Harambe, and then there would just be a decade of celebrity deaths, people we grew up admiring, and that just sucks.
None of those people would have died if Harambe was still alive. You're right.
I tend to believe that, Jamie.
That's right. I mean, it is. It set off a
chain
chain of events.
A chain of events.
I haven't watched wrestling in I don't know how many years. I remember getting into an argument with my dad at 10 years old, trying to convince him it was real. And he's like patting me on the head. No, it's not, son. And
poor kid.
I made a compelling case, I thought. But even if you were never into wrestling, and I went through 4 or 5 years where I thought it was cool, and then I just outgrew it. But when Hulk body slams Andre the Giant, I don't care if that was scripted. he still lifted.
It's impressive.
The largest human being in the history of the world, and did it like it was nothing.
Yeah,
that's friggin' peak.
I think wrestlers are just as much athletes. I mean, they're kind of They're kind of somewhere between gymnasts and gymnastics people. And as far as, is it a sport? Are they athletes? And then like stunt people. So it's kind of caught in that gray area. But I think you have to be in shape. Yeah, at least somewhat in shape. Dusty Rhodes would probably disagree,
no doubt,
but you have to be in shape. But I mean, we all lived through the Bob Horner era of baseball, so those guys are in better shape now.
Like all these sports have gone through this evolution, right?
Of you're in better shape now.
That's right.
I mean, Jimmy Superfly Snuka jumping off the top of a steel cage. Like, there has to be a little bit of athleticism.
Yeah, dude.
When you do some of those things. A lot of them are former football players.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Gamecocks have Marquette is
Matrix Belton.
Matrix Belton, not Marquette.
Who's the other one?
Matrix Belton. He's got a stage name. Oh, I know what it is.
Was it Wilkes?
Dale Wilkes.
Dale Wilkes.
Trooper Dale, yeah, back from the 80s, 1984. One of the most famous posters in the history of Gamecock message boards was his handle was Trooper Dale.
We interviewed him years ago.
Dale Wilkes was like a state trooper. That was kind of his act or whatever.
Trick Wilkins is what we're thinking too.
Trick Williams, yeah.
Not Wilkins.
He's a rising star in wrestling.
I saw a video the other day. I guess him and the Undertaker had it out, and the Undertaker slammed him to the ground.
The Undertaker. Jay Fruce says he's buddies with Mike Geneva, and that Geneva is a guy who taught karate in Columbia for years and years. Shout out to our Columbia audience. We love the Columbia peeps in the 803. Quick thing about Geneva, he's like best buds with Chuck Norris. Literally, you go into his studio and there's pictures of him and Chuck all around. There's one guy I'm convinced is not going to die. If I read on X today that Chuck Norris has passed, fake news.
We should have a
fake
bet.
News.
Like, will Chuck Norris outlive Keith Richards?
Oh, hell yeah.
We got to get a Spars on that. Get a Spars on it. He does that stuff all the time.
Yeah.
I hate
Chuck
to
Norris
say it.
should never be on your death pool.
Never, yeah. And people do have death. For the first radio station I ever worked at, the news director, that was his thing. He would literally have a death pool, odds and everything. And I was like, this is a little dark. Are you in?
Hey,
all right.
Wasn't Chuck Norris one time in Celebrity Deathmatch on MTV? Didn't they have a Chuck Norris
Probably,
character?
Yeah.
Remember that show?
Well, I mean, there's Chuck Norris
I do.
sayings, Chuck Norris's tears cure cancer. Too bad he doesn't cry.
These are my boys, Walker, Texas Ranger.
Yeah, dude, I follow Chuck Norris on Instagram, and he's got like a family. His family during Christmas, I think, were on this Hawaiian vacation, and he's out there doing Tai Chi on the beach. He's 90-something years old. Looks like he's, 60.
Yeah.
Heck, I've seen 45-year-olds in bars in Spartanburg growing up that look worse than he did.
Wilford Brimley looked older when he was 17. Wilford was on a different age curve.
I'd forgotten he passed away. Somehow I missed his death because I was waiting on it. And then the other day I was looking up, like, where is Wilford Brimley from and all this other stuff.
Yeah. All right, boys.
Yep.
See you guys.
Have a good one, man.
Some quick news here, by the way. Not shocking, but one of our sellers named to the Maxwell Award watch list. That's the only player, though. No Dylan Stewart on that list. Interesting. See you tomorrow.
Screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Read red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off here on a Monday. JC Shurburtt over there, Phil Mad Dog Mullinax in over here. Got some interesting things on tap for today. We'll talk a little linebackers, it looks like, in conjunction with our poll du jour. Got some interesting looks at a few articles that came out over the weekend. They were talking about some scheduling stuff in the morning show, JC, that I'm getting a bit tired of at this point. Frankly, I'm a bit tired of all the off-season narratives. Like it's been kind of stale for the past few weeks. Just these off-season narratives have gotten really stale, and there's not much to talk about. Scheduling and money and blah 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 blah. I'll just be happy that camp starts Friday. That way, we'll actually have real, stuff to talk about, or at least to go on and project from as we move forward.
Yeah. I made the mistake of looking at YouTube comments today.
Oh no.
Jeez, I usually don't do that just because there's like an ocean of people on YouTube and you can get on there anonymously and do whatever. So it was on College Football Forever, actually, on the JC and Morgan with Phil Steele. I kind of had a little rant about the Big Ten, which I've done 27 different times.
Right.
I just threw the word BS in there at the end. And somebody, it's a Gamecock fan, obviously, because they follow this show. Somebody obviously listens to this show. So if you're out there, you can post what you want. It's a free country, but you don't know me or anything that goes on in my personal life. I'm not your friend. I don't want to be your friend. I would never be friends with someone who thinks that they're this important that they post something like that. Said I needed counseling because I had things go on in my personal life that they were concerned about and blah, 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 blah. I wish you wouldn't rant. Dude, that's why most people tune in.
Right.
Are you kidding? It's number one. Number two, it's a show. Okay. And number three, in my personal, I was happy as I've ever been in my life. Like most people that are 48, we've had some unfortunate deaths that have come up, and that sucks. But that's part of life. Nobody needs to. If you're out there, some of you out there I'm friends with. Some of you I'm not. Don't think you know me. It's the same thing as the guy that went after me about the spaghetti supper comment about church. You don't know me. This is a show.
Right.
There's no need. You're not important enough to get on YouTube, of all things, under an anonymous handle and say something. And then the clown this morning, Andrew Bailey is his name.
Oh, okay.
By the way, I'm just going to call him out on Chief. So coffee was about Torian Gray. Clearly about Torian Gray. There's a big thumbnail photo on it that says Torian Gray. And it says Gamecock football, the best in college football. And he responds, "Ha ha, y'all crazy. We're a second or third tier SEC team at best." I'm like, what the heck does that have to do with your secondary coach maybe being the best in college football and the reasons we laid out to do it? I'm sorry. I'm over dumb people.
I know.
And it's not that it's not dumb. It's like this self-important, like, oh, I should go. You don't even know what the video's about, dude. You're just spreading that out. And if you're a Gamecock fan, and what are you doing? Whistling past the graveyard? Are you really like a Clemson fan and just trolling and spamming? That's fine too. But I'm just like done. I'm over it. I'm tired of it. I mean, I don't get it. I'm like, that's very uncomfortable. I'll let you guys know if something's going on. I'm very honest and transparent about that as it relates to doing the show and doing my job. And those of you that I know personally, yes, I will talk to you about things. But for somebody like randomly, it was like Ricky something. I don't know. I have no friends named Ricky at all.
I don't know you, Ricky.
I mean, I know he listens because there's been times I've had to miss because of something personal that comes up. It happens. I have a family, Things come up with them. I'm fine. Counseling is good for certain people, Trust me, I'm not saying I've never been, but it's been quite a while. And I'm fine. I don't get it. I just, if you're out there and you ever feel the need that you're important enough to say something about my life, Phil's life, JB's life, whoever's life, in a public forum under an anonymous handle, or if you're too dumb to listen to a video and then comprehend it, or if you're just commenting on hell, don't listen, unsubscribe, get out. I don't want you as part of the audience ever. It's not worth it. Plenty of good people, plenty of good Gamecock fans out there.
That's right.
Some of them probably aren't, but anyway, I digress.
Willing to give at least 3 or 4 minutes to realize what's going on.
I mean, and it's part of greater society. You get on X these days and you scroll through, I use it to look for news and information, and because, Instagram doesn't really do that. YouTube, it just depends on how the algorithm feels that day. Facebook has completely screwed up the news thing. They're just putting out all kinds of crazy alien AI articles and stuff.
I saw some things.
It's good for news. It's part of my job. And I just, and all you see is just dumb stuff. It's unbelievable. There's another, like today, what was it? It was like somebody complaining about something from last year as it related to the Gamecocks. And it just wasn't even worth it wasn't even something that was worth a complaint. It's just, it was just a terrible take. It was like a whiny, like a tantrum. I'm not happy about what happened in this game last year. And I'm like, dude, a new season's about to come.
Right.
And let's talk on that. So, I mean, look, it's just one of those things. I mean, my wife is commenting in the chat box. Yes, you do, babe. Don't you remember Ronnie, Bobby, Ricky, and Mike? No. This is a joke. There's a joke in there somewhere. Anyway, Lance says AI is getting ridiculous. Yes, it's very useful for some things. We wouldn't have clowns or people too if it weren't for AI.
That's right.
But some of these, again, people take it too far. They're like, well, I'm going to do this. It's going to be funny. No, it's not funny.
No, it's not.
It's not funny. What you're doing. You're actually someone that probably belongs in jail. So anyway, back to the subject of the Gamecocks. I just had to get that off my chest because I'd sit here and stew about it if I didn't. But I'm going to go back to not reading the comments on YouTube. And I intentionally did that. We do a lot of YouTube stuff now, and there's a lot of comments. And I don't get paid by YouTube to answer comments and questions. That's on the Big Spur. That's why I don't really answer questions on Twitter most of the time. And I'm tweeting less and less and less. So I usually don't do it, Phil. Just because I'm like, if I start getting in the weeds with that, that's not going to be good. I'll get on Big Spur. I'll answer all the questions you want, because you're a member and that's my job. If you're in the chat box, same thing. But I ain't got time to answer your questions on Twitter for free. No, I appreciate you listening. You could do the Gamecock graffiti thing when we get it going. We haven't told you what that is. I probably just spilled the beans, but
it's okay. It's okay. It was coming this week.
We'll get that going. It's coming soon. So
that up here before camp kicks off.
Yeah. Oh, Nat said, "Cool It Now" by New Edition.
I was going to say that.
Call Mark Kingston and see.
Yeah.
what was it? The Boys to Men or the New Edition Christmas album that Mark Kingston had?
New Edition. Oh yeah, King was a New Edition guy.
Call King and ask him about that.
That's right.
Curtis says never peep the comments. LOL. Now, not anymore, man. Not anymore. Lance says the AI Bigfoots are pretty fun though. Yeah, I think I like the Harambe's, because they have Harambe like gorillas doing stuff too.
Yes,
playing basketball. There was a funny one. It was some kind of it's like a rap song. I got something in different area codes. You've heard that song?
Yes.
And it's like 1940s or something NBA basketball. Like dudes shooting underhanded and stuff. Old black and white film. It's hilarious.
Yes.
So I like stuff like that. Krager says, I like the girl who cares if you like. Oh, I don't know. That's probably a lyric. All right, I got to get off of that because I'll go crazy. But yeah, so today I put out a projected depth chart. A lot of conversation about that on thebigspur.com. It's for members only, but I can tell you that I'll be glad to kind of talk about it. Luke Doty is the quarterback number 2. And all this is subject to change, Phil, when you do a projected depth
of course,
chart.
right.
And I want to make clear to everybody, again, speaking of YouTube comments, it is a projected depth chart. It means it's based on opinion. It is not the depth chart. Nobody at South Carolina is handing me the depth chart. Even if they were, I'd probably be like Joe Lenardi and make some subtle changes, just to kind of throw people off. But they don't, So I had some changes. I don't have Big Tree. Well, I do have Big Tree. I still have Big Tree at left guard. I don't know if that's going to hold, and I'll tell you why. It's because Nick Sharp's healthy, and Nick may be too good, Phil, to keep off the field. And then we have Trevon Ball, who's been excellent, who's ready. I don't know what they're going to do up there. I don't know that there's a wrong answer, but as sure as I was that Tree would be one of the 5 starters this year, I'm not as sure. Well, they'll just have to battle it out. He'll have to win a job.
Yeah.
Right. On D tackle, I took, and it's kind of funny because we've been talking about Gabriel Brownlow-Dindy and the good things that Darren Usher said. Well, I put him on the second team. And the reason for that is Nick Barrett, Monkel Goodwine are your 2 returning guys. I think Barrett's probably starting along with Goodwine, unless Brownlow-Dindy, like Darren said, they need not the light to come on. They need to get him a little nastier, which means consistently playing with more intensity. If he does that in practice between now and then, I think absolutely he'll start, but maybe not, as things stand today. And that's a change for me because I thought Goodwine and Brownlow-Dindy would be the guys, but I slid Nick Barrett in there. Also it doesn't matter really who starts at D tackle because they're all going to rotate in a bunch. At least the top 3, Phil, in my opinion, will rotate in a bunch anyway. It's sort of like last year, Demetrius Knight was a 2nd-round draft pick. Did not start a chunk of the games.
Right.
Sam Martin Scott did. He only start 2 linebackers. And then today's poll of the day, which we'll get to after the break here, which we can get to here in a second, Phil.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That has to do with linebacker depth. We're going to have a discussion about that. I continue to think, Phil, that we may see some mistakes at linebacker early, and I think people are going to groan about it a little bit.
Yeah.
Because there'll be mistakes and they'll be cleaned up. I think by the time September's over, from that point on, barring injury or something crazy, unless I'm just dumb, which some people think I am. Maybe I can talk to my counselor about
That's all right. Yeah, go to your counselor, and then we'll see how much you need to talk to them if you check out the YouTube comments after.
Yeah,
how many hours of therapy?
Yeah, but but that's maybe I could go do that. But what was I going to say? I've lost my train of thought. Did we start the music? Right. That's what I was kind of looking for.
I'm coming up with music now.
On that one. So so we got that. But I was talking about line. By the time September's over and we get into November, probably by the end of September, I think the linebacking core will be better than last year. I just think they've got better players, and that's nothing against Bam Martin Scott or Debo Williams. I just think these guys that they've got, Murphy and Johnson and Justin O and, Jerron Willis is in there. We're going to talk about him in a second. But, I just think collectively this is a more talented group. I mean, they're all bigger guys. They all can still run. Like, if these guys were big, Phil, yet slow, sloth-like, I would be seriously concerned because speed at linebacker in a lot of these years under Beamer has not been good enough, right? So I think that
we saw how big it was a difference maker last year.
Yes, with Demetrius Knight because he could run, and Bengali Kamara Begnali Kamara before he left. I've been saying that one wrong. Fast guy too, and that's important. But see, all these guys have been timed and they can run. Speaking of running, we know about electric bikes in Charleston, but there's also Charleston Fitness Equipment. They are a sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks the Morning Show and the show too. Check it out on the web. If you've looked at an electric bike, maybe you want a treadmill, maybe you want some weight, something like that, check out Charleston Fitness Equipment, owned by the same people that brought you electric bikes in Charleston. They are an OG sponsor of Inside the Gamecocks show and the morning show. We will be back with the poll of the day. That's the poll du jour right after this on the show.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
off a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Brewer, his second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer, turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com.
And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
What is the soup du jour?
It's the soup of the day.
That sounds good. I'll have that.
What do you think? What do you know? It's the poll of the day here on the show. Big Spur, poll du jour on the show.
All right, poll of the day. It's the poll du jour. That sounds good. I'll have that. Sponsored by thebigspur.com. So here's the deal. And you know, we do one of these polls every weekday. So and you know, keep in mind thebigspur.com. If you're listening to this show, you're probably a hardcore Gamecock fan. You know, you care about the depth chart. So given that it's probably, I'd be shocked if Johnson, Murphy, and Justin Okonkwo were not the top three. Who is next? Now, we've talked about Jerron Willis, and I've talked, and Alex has talked, and Phil's talked about Willis maybe being kind of a pass rushing specialist type of guy. I was told not too long ago by contact to not sleep on him as a just normal old linebacker. Clint in the Nana Sports chat box points out that Willis is as big as Brian Thomas. He's 5 pounds heavier. Brian Thomas Jr. is 249. Willis is 254. The question is, can he play in space? You know, and that's another thing too. Bam Martin Scott and Debo Williams both were good enough in space, but were they elite in space? Probably not. And that would be I think Jerron's definitely a good pass rusher, but you know, maybe he's the guy. And right now, Jerron has 73.64% of the vote.
Yeah, and that was earlier. It's actually, it should be a little different. I normally grab it before I vote, but today I forgot. So yeah, Jerron Willis actually still in the lead, of course. It's 74.8 though now. Donovan Darden has picked up a couple more votes.
Yeah.
Who would also be like my number 5, right? At that point. Like, because I did vote Willis, because I do think, you know, not just situationally, but you know, he's got what it takes, I think, to be an all over, you know, an all around, you know, every down, if you will. Not that that's a thing, linebacker. And the other thing is in Clayton White's system, JC, it's only designed to have 2 at a time on the field, right? So you're kind of making up for, you don't need that. You don't need to look at which one of them can be, is your coverage linebacker, because typically you got 5 DBs on the field that are going to handle that role. Every once in a while, obviously some assignments change, but it's, to me, I like Willis as the number 4 guy. I think I would not be surprised if we saw Willis and Darden in that rotation, right? Even then, because there's still last year, Van Martin Scott, Knight, who else was in that rotation that I'm forgetting? My mind just went blank as I started.
Van Martin Scott, Knight, Debo Williams.
Yeah, Debo, that's the one.
Kamara before he left, and then it was kind of the 4th one was Fred Johnson.
Yeah,
Fred Johnson only played 82 snaps. So what they did after Kamara left, they just rolled with 3.
Yeah,
which you can do. I mean, I'm trying to think. 2023, I think they did the same thing. Really didn't play Van Martin Scott a whole lot. It was, it was Stone Blant and Pup Howard,
and
Debo Williams.
Debo, yeah.
And Bam did play a little bit. I don't remember. But you look at the snap counts, Debo and Knight were the top 2. And then, like Bam played like something like 473. The next person was Fred Johnson with 82.
Yeah.
So they didn't play him a whole lot. Bink Beatty in the Nana Sports chat box asked if Jerron Willis is the Ole Miss transfer. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And now I kind of feel stupid because I'm looking at this and I included Andrew Colasordo and Jamie and Risher and Colin Bryant just because every time I've seen Andrew play, whether it's spring game or in mop-up duty, he's made plays. Chapman High walk on. Colin Bryant, special teams player, earned a scholarship from Wando High School. There you go, JB. Wando Warrior. Was a walk-on at Alabama. And so there's another linebacker that used to play at Alabama. He recovered at Alabama. He recovered the onside kick last year on special teams. So he got a scholarship. And I wanted to include those guys just because they hustle and hey, it's good to be mentioned, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I did not put Josh Smith from Dutch Fork out there. Just Josh Smith and AJ Holloway are both already 240 pounds. Tayshawn Austin, who we expected to be a little bigger, already like 245. Donovan Darden's 225, 230. I think 230 right now, 6'4". But so we'll see. I tend to think that with Darden, Phil, you're probably onto something there. It just kind of depends on Willis, right? So is Willis more than a pass rusher would be my question with it. But I think everybody's kind of got the right idea just based on what I didn't expect to get the feedback on him like I did. I thought he looked good in the spring game, but then I started thinking a few years ago, Elijah Davis looked really good in the spring game and he never played.
We never saw it.
Beware of the spring game hero. It's like the jukebox hero, man. The jukebox hero. But
I wonder if that's one of the benefits of having the whole, draft your spring teams or whatever. It kind of kills some of the narrative of, oh man, this guy has emerged and played a ton, because you can't take any of that for, anything these days because the coaches didn't assemble these teams.
No, because I made the mistake of getting on X and on the message board during the spring game, and everybody was wanting to kill Lonnie Teasley because the O-line looked bad. And I was like, bro, there's like 3 walk-ons on Lenore Sellers' right side. One of them's trying to block Dylan Stewart.
You could hear some groans in the
crowd
as they were going down. I'm like, y'all obviously don't know who's on the field right now,
dude. That's part of my job is to kind of, bring. I get it. I'm the same way. I'll admit, first part of the spring game, I'm like, what's going on out there? And then I was like, oh. And like a lot of offensive linemen didn't even play. I mean, you got guys hurt. Yeah. So
yeah, you're looking at all these big time double-digit numbers, and you're like, oh wait, hold on, no, we don't even know these people.
Yeah, I'm like, I have no idea.
This guy got here 3 weeks ago, man.
This guy. But then you have like, it would be like, Big Tree Travon, and then like Newsome at center, and then 2 walk-ons on the right side. And sure enough, Dylan Stewart's over there on the right side.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
I mean, come on, man. I mean, at least give him a chance. And Sellers is the quarterback. And so, but people, even Brad Crawford said something about the offensive line. I'm like, Brad,
dude,
I tweeted at him. I was like, Brad, those are walk-ons, dude. Go look. Let's see who's playing. Let's not overrate this.
Right. Yeah. There might be one scholarship out of all 5 of those guys right now. It's okay.
Yeah. I mean, you can't expect the walk-ons to go out there and block Dylan Stewart. It's just, but that's part of being a spring game. Do I think, Phil, that them drafting has caused spring game hype to subside? I think more so than that, because they've been drafting. I mean, Spurrier used to draft the teams evenly and play a game and stuff. It's not new, but like Cutter Woods probably got a lot of run after his performance because he's quarterback.
Yeah, there's always somebody, right?
But
that you just know, like, you're not going to see this guy. He's a freshman.
Vandrevius Jacobs and Brian Rowe, though, I thought were outstanding, and they've gotten less hype than Malik Clark.
Yeah, right.
Who had one good catch, who was a good player. Don't get me wrong. I love Malik. I love all these players, but so I don't know, and it's probably because there was a player named Taqi Muhammad once upon a time. Defensive back from, I think, Wilmington, North Carolina. I think it was a JUCO kid that came in. And Holtz would shuffle guys between corner and receiver like it was going out of style. And so Taqi Muhammad, one of the Holtz years, and I think Strickland played on one of the, Strickland played with him.
Mm-hmm.
And one spring game, Taqi Muhammad went off, dude. He like Peter Warwick. Really? Looked like nice. Peter Warwick in the spring game. And then you just never heard from him again.
Man, just disappear. I mean, it happens. There's always like
one guy. There may have been an injury or something, but so people stopped stopped doing that. I mean, gosh, sometimes the spring game though will lead to performance will lead to things you don't want, or that aren't good. I mean, Chris Smelly and Tommy Beecher heading into 08, because Blake Mitchell's last year was 07, and then heading into 08, it was Beecher and Smelly, and I think Smelly threw like 4 interceptions in the spring game. It's bad. Spurrier names Tommy Beecher the starting quarterback. All summer, dude, everybody talked about how good Tommy Beecher was going to be. At the same time, Spurrier decided to let his son call plays for some reason. I have no idea why that happened. And Beecher, Carolina played NC State, not a very good NC State team at all, although Russell Wilson was their quarterback. So NC State comes to town. Dude, we had a Big Spur tailgate at Bernie's Chicken. It was awesome.
Nice.
Roll into the stadium, right? And Carolina under Spur had, they may have, that 08 team was not all that good, but they had expectations. And NC State was supposed to be terrible. And Carolina hadn't played NC State in like 17 years. And it was, I think, 3-0 at halftime.
Yeah, was that
and Carolina
Wilson game, or was that? Or no, that was later.
The line again could not block. I mean, that was the last year of that mess. Beecher went out, so Smelly comes in, and Carolina's defense destroyed NC State. But Smelly comes in and threw like 3 late touchdowns. Spur just kept throwing it and ran it up. It was 34-0. That was the closest 34-0 game I've ever seen. But that was because of the spring game. So all that good stuff. Xavier says, to be fair, it's a justified frustration. On that note, Xavier, the offensive line, here's the way I'm looking at it. It has to be better this year. I mean, I'm not giving anybody a pass for last season because it should have been better last season. There's some surprising things that happened. just with players. I mean, I don't know. And it's crazy because like a lot of people, they pick their guy that doesn't do well, and like Case and Henry on the depth charts getting called. It's a mistake if they don't play Case and over Tree. I'm like, well, Tree may not even be battling Case and Henry for the starting right tackle. There's a gulf between how the fans feel about Case and Henry and how the coaches feel about Case and Henry. And so, like my guy last year that I thought, could you not find, was Kamar Bell at left guard. I thought left guard, you got that guy beside a true freshman. The left side was not good at times. And I really like Torricelli Simpkins. Now, as I've gone back and looked, slowed it down, dug in a little bit more, play to play, Torricelli Simpkins would have 4 really, really good plays and then 1 disaster. Right. Josiah Thompson was very inconsistent as a true freshman, but we lived with that. A lot of stuff came off of Case and Henry's side and the tight end happened to be over there and would whiff, or the back. Yes. Look, man, there's all kinds of things, that happen when we talk about the offensive line. I just know this. There's no reason why it shouldn't be better this year.
No,
none. I mean, these guys that they recruited in the 2023, they're not freshmen anymore. They're going to their 3rd year. They've continued to hit the portal for good players. You have a stud tackle prospect that started as a true freshman last year. He should be good. You've got depth. You've got experience now. Nick Sharp, did you see the kid from Wake Forest, his pass blocking numbers?
Yeah,
I think he gave up 2 sacks.
Yeah,
the whole year. At 6'2", 340, you would not think pass blocking was like the strength. You'd think that guy was just a bowling ball that you could run behind. But that means he's got good feet and good punch and all that. So, and I don't know how, because I'm sitting there thinking on the interior, Phil, it's like, so there's Nick Sharp, there's possibly Big Tree, though he played mostly tackle, but in the spring, Case and Henry was injured. So if Case and Henry's out, you're obviously going to play Tree more tackle, right? You're still not that deep at tackle. So you got those guys. Rodney Newsom from the portal from Western Kentucky fits in here somewhere because I think Nolan Hay will be the backup center. So Newsom's kind of back at guard. Marquis Anderson, Trovon Ball, Nick Sharp, like I mentioned. Shed Surratt, if there's any true freshman that, outside of the receivers that I think is good enough to play this year, it's him. He could also slide out and play tackle. So there's a lot of things going on with the interior to see how it shakes out. And that part's got to be better and the tackles have to be better. I mean, and look, I'm going to say this too, Virginia Tech, I think what they're going to do, they're going to look at the film from last year up front on offense, and they're going to try to confuse those guys. And they're going to get exotic, and they're going to try to get matchups with their speed on Carolina's offensive line. And I think that's going to be a matchup to watch in that first game. It has to be better. These are mostly top 200 guys, all of them with talent and experience. If they aren't quite a bit better, then coaching may be the issue. Unfortunately, these guys came for the coach. So how many of them would you lose if he got gone? Half, maybe more.
Half, right? Yeah.
Just to be honest, I don't know that Carolina hired Jeff Collins onto the staff. He can't help the O-line. He's a defensive coach. But these days you can hire somebody to come in and coach and help the coach. Greg Atkins is doing that now.
Right.
So I'm not so sure the answer would be like a firing, more so than let's get some help in here, that kind of thing. If it is a coaching issue, it may be, it may not be. Last year should have been better. I'll be honest with you on that end. But you also got a first-year starter at quarterback, and quarterbacks can make your line look pretty bad if they make a mistake. The tight ends had some blocking issues at times. They were kind of, Bell and Simpkins were obviously new. I don't know. I want to see how it goes with these guys, because I'll say this about the guys this year. On the inside, Carolina is much bigger and stronger.
Yes.
Nothing against Rashawn Lee and Simpkins and, Kamar Bell. I mean, those guys are all around 300, 305, something like that. 300-pound guys. Carolina's probably going to go like 335, 325, 340 on the inside. That's what, Phil? I'm not a mathematician, but so 70 more pounds on the inside.
About that. Mm-hmm.
And they are all strong. They're stronger than heck, they're strong guys. And, we'll see if Shula and his offense isn't a little bit easier on them. So I want to give it a go with these new guys before I start worrying about coaching. But, that's just got to do it. Phil, you can go ahead and start the music.
Oh, already on.
We got to get the start. That's awesome. Carolina Empire, a newcomer in the Nana Sports chat box. JC, true or false? If the offensive line is just average by SEC standards, the offense has a big year, and Lenorse goes to New York City as a Heisman finalist. I'm gonna give you it's possible, and the O-line being good is only going to help facilitate that. But there's other things, like what if the line's good, and what if these freshman receivers really aren't ready?
Yeah,
and the guys coming back did not get that much better like we think they did. And you got drops. I don't know, man. Look, I'm trying not to be cold water. I don't know where I became cold water shirt. So I'm trying not to throw cold water on it. But like I said, there's scenarios. But yes, in theory, when South Carolina had that, what else? A good offensive line is going to help is the daggum running game with the running backs.
That's what I was going to say. It was what you don't want to see is Lenora Sellers being your only threat back there to do anything, because that's usually going to be off schedule. You want these backs to put up some good numbers, find some holes, all of that works in together. But it's going to take a complete effort, I think, for Mr. Sellers to find his way to New York. But with the talent that you've got on the field, at least as it stands right now in late July, I like the chances.
Yeah, I mean, they're bigger and stronger. Yeah. I mean, but they were bigger and stronger last year than, I don't know. I'm just going to forget about it's consistency. How do you block Texas A&M in that front like you do, and then struggle against teams that don't have those players? It's a mystery to me, Phil. Maybe they were just young and inconsistent like we all were. Anyway, they're going to be bigger. And Xavier, I know you're not trying to be negative, man. I mean, you can't really have a discussion about the O-line and be honest without having some negativity.
Yeah, it's like
those are facts. It hadn't been good enough. Hopefully, it will be.
We're having a real conversation here,
yeah.
So it's not going to be all rosy.
And one more point of what you said, Phil. Like you talked about Sellers, when the quarterback runs, when you don't have a good offensive line, that's heavenly.
Yes,
because you can have a bad offensive line because it spreads it out and he finds the creases. Your running backs get killed. It's crazy. So we'll see what happens. RLE says interior of the O-line will be upgraded this season. Tackles were fine last season, but also show improvement. I just want the center to snap it well, and Lenore Sellers to identify the D early. Yeah, Lenore's didn't have the starting center in the script 3 game either. It was an adventure.
Yeah.
So, anyway.
I throw all that out.
We'll be back with more Nana Sports chat box. Don't forget ChiefSportsNetwork.com, also CollegeFootballForever.com, our 2 new websites. Download the Chief Sports app. Late Night Gamecock show this week on a Wednesday. It's going to find a home there, folks. And also, SEC Sunday night. Brad Crawford stirring it up, Phil.
Yeah.
With A&M as Texas A&M as a 7-5 football team.
Yeah, that's a win off of their normal.
And said Lane Kiffin squandered last year. So we'll get into some of that. Also, going to talk a little bit about what are the teams in college football that could make their first playoff appearance? Gamecocks are on Joel Klatt's list. You're probably not going to like who's number one. It's our boy from Champaign. Anyway, want to thank everybody for tuning in today. We've got VHS dates coming up. It's a doozy. Got a female today. Back after this on the show.
It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on.
There's nothing like Saturday in South Carolina. However you enjoy Gamecock football, Gamecock Traditions has a long-standing legacy of being a part of your game day. From tailgates to touchdowns, Gamecock Traditions has what you need and want with our beloved Block C logo. Get into Gamecock Traditions in Lexington or the Village at Sand Hill, or visit GamecockTraditions.com and have it shipped to your doorstep. We look forward to taking care of your family. Go Gamecocks.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more. Now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia. Yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
And now, the show goes on.
My name is Madeline. I'm a cocktail waitress at Houlihan's, and I just meet all sorts of interesting people every day. I'm really looking for a guy who is into taking care of himself, someone who's into aerobics, maybe would go to aerobics with me. I think it's so cute when you see couples wearing matching outfits. Maybe we have matching pajamas. Sometimes I like it when a guy's a little bit mean to me, because then it makes me feel like you like me. So you can't be too nice. Sometimes you have to just throw a little sugar in the gas tank and just say a little something snarky. I love to talk on the phone. I will call my grandma in Texas and we will talk for hours. I'm not religious, but I like to follow the golden rule. If somebody cheats on me, I just can't be responsible for what I would do. I don't want to go pick out my gift. I want you to pick up on the hints that I'm giving throughout the year of the things that I like and that I love. And then I want to wake up on Christmas morning and just be dazzled. Hi, my name is...
Oh my gosh. Hula hands, huh?
Hula hands.
I'm a cocktail waitress.
Cocktail waitress at hula hands.
Wow. The golden rule, huh?
That's right.
Read my mind and buy me. Like, all right. So I don't know about her. She got a little bit more positive reaction. She was the first one after I watched Happy Gilmore 2 yesterday. I said, oh, I got to get a VHS dates. I don't know why those things reminded me of each other. But there's another one. I don't even know if we can play it because it's got a little, I don't know. I'd call him racist. He kind of walks up to that line. He's a Vietnam vet. His name's like Martin Skip Trombe. Skip, like Skip's his middle name. And he says, and I'm Martin Skip Trombe, sitting there without a shirt on, like, you know, the open shirt, like with his full chest of hair.
Yes.
And, you know, just it's a wild one, dude. I mean, just crazy. And then at the end, he starts like taking his pecs and like moving them. Like that's the only part of his body that's moving. But I don't think we can play that one here. I didn't want to talk about it though. Anyway, again, brought to you by Gen X on Chief, ChiefSportsNetwork.com, where you can find some blog entries and stuff if you're a Gen Xer, or if you like that part of history, which we all do around here. You can check that out on our website. But that was, we do a VHS date every day. It lightens the mood. We should have done that first today because I came in a bad mood. Because I read the comments.
That's right. It's the comment section. We should have hit right into it.
Don't read the comments. Like that Dave Matthews song, Don't Drink the Water, Don't Read the Comments. Come now, don't read the morons. Yes. You will get mad, oh, don't you see? This person looks like he is dumb. I don't know. Come up with that.
Don't read the comments.
Don't read the comments. Don't read the comments.
There's dumb in the comments.
Bruin commenting on our VHS dater. I bet she lives in a single wide in Augusta with whatnots all over her TV and kitchen counters with magnets from everywhere she's been on the refrigerator. And it says Myrtle Beach and south of the border and Wilmington. That one time she went to Atlanta. Actually, I think she's from Los Angeles. I think all these people are from LA. But back in the 80s.
They look like it.
Because you know, Michael or Matthew Skip Trombe or whatever I listed, the one we can't play. He, I think he said he lived in Huntington Beach, which would be in Los Angeles. Huntington Beach is where they had the Elite 11 too. I've been there before. So anyway, but her grandmother lives in Texas, so she's got some roots in the South. You know?
Yeah.
I don't know. She was one of the more attractive ones, you know, that I've seen. But we'll be back with more VHS dates. Kreger in Nana Sports chat box says she has 16 cats and a Floby, perhaps. So here's something Kreger said. Clemson had 2 freshman receivers play big time last year. There's no reason one or two of the 6 freshmen can't pop this year. I agree with you. I kind of have my pecking order in my head. Oh, this is another thing I did with the depth chart too. I had Malik Clark behind Nick Harbor after spring, and I've put Donovan Murph there. And it's nothing that Malik Clark has done wrong. That's kind of just an opinion. That could go either way, certainly. But I just think Donovan Murph will probably be in that too good to keep off the field category, along with Brian Rowe this year. Keep in mind, Murph is 190 something pounds too. Yeah. So he's physically ready to get out there and ball. And I think he brings really a lot to the table.
Yeah, yeah. And Rowe, I think, brings some interesting athleticism to the position, right? That you're just not going to get otherwise.
He's way different. And then Malik Clark could be that, at 6'2.5" jump baller. Jaden Sellers and Lex Cyrus both had really good springs. They probably need to get a little bigger, but they're both very fast and shifty. And then, by the way, Jordan Gitteron looks like $1 zillion. I mean, I think most people, because he's young, we're expecting now he'll probably redshirt. That guy, because he's like 6'3", 190, and he's a taller perimeter type receiver as well, and fast. He's a track athlete.
Mm-hmm.
How good's that guy going to be, Jordan Gitteron? If not, maybe not even that. Maybe I'm not calling it this year, but think about him, man. People talk about
17. Does he get that? Yeah.
My stepson's age.
Yeah, right.
Because he not only he really enrolled like a year and a half early to college. Jeez,
that's wild.
And he came in kind of a skinny guy, looked athletic, and now it's like he's all jacked up, gun show. And it wasn't just his posed picture either. Like, I saw a picture of him in workouts. And I'm like, good God, guns, where'd the gun show come from this guy? Physically, I think that guy, we talk a lot, and I know you all, Kreger mentioned Clemson's receivers. If you go back to kind of their run with the kind of taller, faster guys, Gitteron's probably not T. Higgins or Michael Williams, because I don't think he's that tall. But, who's the kid they had from Ross from Alabama that was really good the second national championship year? He could be that guy. He's a ball player and fast. So, I like tall receivers, but I also like tall receivers that can run. And these guys can all run. So, I moved Donovan Murph in after I got to, the Nick Harbor thing. So Bink Beatty says, is UNC to the SEC like legit or just a rumor? I think it's got legs. Paul Feinbaum commented on it, Phil, and said, that he thought it was UNC kind of putting it out, floating it out there, he said. He didn't really poop on it, but he kind of made it sound like it's probably because UNC was upset with the ACC.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there will be another shift in conference realignment, JC, but I don't see it until I don't see it for another 5 years. At 30-31 is when, at least especially when you're looking at the ACC teams, when the buyouts, if you will, become more manageable, less than $100 million, because significantly less than $100 million to get out of these contracts. And who knows, by that point, maybe it all just gets blown up anyway, and some of them go here, some of them go there, or the playoff committee is, completely restructured, and that whole system is restructured to where, you need to be in one of maybe 3 conferences, 2. I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, I just don't see any huge or major realignment until until that buyout gets to around that $75 million mark, which is what you're looking at, the 30-31, which is, of course, 5 years before the ACC deal is actually up, which is crazy when you think about how long they signed that stupid contract for that has locked them in.
Worst deal ever.
It's awful. It's just awful.
You know what's kind of telling about it, though, Phil, is that it's North Carolina.
True. Mm-hmm.
And it's like when Texas leaves the Big 12, that was surprising because Texas is they kind of ran the show there. You're right.
Yeah, I mean,
North Carolina for years kind of ran the show, but I think North Carolina and the ACC powers that be there's a lot of North Carolina influence on that conference, always has been. I think they created a monster that kind of enveloped them. Because the league got way too big. They tried to kill the Big East and be the whole Atlantic coast. It diluted, it diluted their basketball, which is what they cared about.
Right.
If you look at like the Big East basketball conference now, it's a bloodbath, and there's a reason it is. It's not a 17-team behemoth and with all these games and all these teams that aren't worth a crap that are dragging it down. And the ACC was just fine like that. I mean, it's diluted their basketball, and you have programs like Syracuse and Pittsburgh that were once really good. Syracuse in particular, that they're worse. Right. Miami has actually risen in basketball because of the ACC membership, but they were terrible. I mean, they were an afterthought. Your other traditional Tobacco Road schools, except Duke and sometimes North Carolina, I mean, it's just eroded the whole thing. Georgia Tech hadn't been good in a minute. Wake Forest hadn't been good in a minute. Virginia, probably, it's hard to argue with them winning the national championship under Tony Bennett, but they're probably about to go through the wilderness. And then in football, the good programs that joined the league have all gotten worse. Virginia Tech, Miami, Pitt has a moment of glory or two every now and then. They're nothing like they were in the 70s. They're not back to where they once were. Miami, my God. I mean, you can't tell me they were not better off in the Big East. But then if you add all these schools and then you have the flirtation with Notre Dame and you give them a seat at the table because they're conference members, they just don't have to play you in football. And so you got all that, and you got Notre Dame, the big cheese, sitting there at the head table. And if you're North Carolina, you don't control things anymore. And so you're, to me, wanting to go to the SEC is a little bit whiny in some ways, like, you can't be in charge. Well, you're not going to be in charge in the SEC at all.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm like. If that's your reasoning, that how much power do you think you're going to be, you're going to have at this new table? Because nobody at this new table is going to care who you are when it comes to, but we're North Carolina, so who cares?
I think them in Texas will be sitting together at the
right
at the Mac Brown honorary chair. Yeah, Mac never coached in the SEC.
Nope.
Never did. Did he? I don't know. It's interesting to me. Now, on the flip side, all the politics and the who the University of North Carolina fan base is and what they are and where things are with the ACC, thanks to number 23, Michael Jordan, and their basketball program, that's been good for 75 years. They're one of the biggest brands in the game, and they're and he's certainly helped with that. But everybody knows who the Tar Heels are. Everybody knows who North Carolina is. Everybody knows the Baby Blue. It's a state with 12 million people in it that's growing like a weed. The SEC network already originates from Charlotte. I'm sure they would, it makes sense. They're a flagship institution in a southern state, that's the MO of most of the SEC schools. It would be a nice pickup. Somebody on the Big Spur today said, North Carolina, like Kansas has always intrigued me because number one, it would kind of, it would give Missouri their rival back.
Right.
It also, I think it's just the Kansas City market, but television markets don't mean much, but a basketball brand, you can't beat Kansas. And, you're adding them for football. It's it's not as brutally tough than if you add Clemson or somebody like that. Because even if Kansas is in the SEC, they're not going to, they're just not geographically situated and they have not been good,
No.
So if they added Kansas and North Carolina, I'd be happy. If they had a Virginia and North Carolina, just as happy. They had Clemson and North Carolina. It's a conversation about Clemson, but like I said, I don't care about it. So Tiffany says, guys, what the heck? Y'all in here talking about choke cats and refrigerator magnets. Did I miss another rant?
No rant.
So
you might have missed our VHS dating though.
It's VHS dating.
That might be. That's probably where a lot of that came from. Yeah.
All right. Apparently, so the Deion Sanders story has come out. Clint says Deion had bladder cancer. Oh my gosh! But looks like he's in remission and he will still coach this season. Well, I'm glad he's going to coach still.
Yeah.
I think that's good for him. I think that's good for Colorado. I was kind of wondering, like during the crossover, like how, who would get the job, and I think Pat Shurmur would probably get that job, their offensive coordinator.
Yeah, he's on staff.
And he's coached in the NFL. Deion, it was never in my heart, I would never coach again. So it was never there that he would never coach again. Good. Look, man, say what you want about the guy. I thought possibly, he would just go out with Shurburtt, and I was like, if that's the case, biggest helicopter parent of all time. But I got respect that he's sticking with it. It's a good job. How much is he making? $5 million something a year? It's a great job.
Right.
Expectations obviously are not through the roof in Boulder, Colorado. They're just happy to win. He's got two good quarterbacks. We got the Salter kid from Liberty coming in, and then the other kid that the freshman that's really good. And so, hey, more power to you, buddy. That's good. I'm happy he's still coaching. I'm health wise, that's serious. Deion's not a spring chicken anymore, and it's probably a serious situation. And I know he was probably fearful of it, and he's back, and more power to him. And T Money in the Nana Sports chat box said Colorado week 1 matchup versus Georgia Tech is very interesting. Yeah, that's on that Friday night, Phil.
Mm-hmm.
You got Georgia Tech, Colorado is interesting, and then you're gonna have Auburn and Baylor in the. Why did you? People ask sometimes, why did you schedule Virginia Tech in Atlanta? Well, number one, it's the game in Atlanta, and Carolina's wanted to be in this game for a long, long time, and finally got the invite. Number two, it's against a manageable opponent, and then number three. I think the payout's like $6-7 million for the school. So
right.
That's a good payout, right? You
Not
make
bad
money, I think it makes logical sense for South Carolina to be in Atlanta for the Aflac kickoff game. I understand not going to Charlotte for like the 9th time. I understand that one. But Atlanta, Carolina's, that's the capital of college football. Why would you not want to stay there? So there's that. So I don't really buy that argument. But if I were an Auburn fan, I'd be like, why did you schedule Baylor on the road on a Friday night, no doubt,
It could only be worse if it were a standalone, right? At least you got Georgia Tech, Colorado going on at the same time, but still.
I don't understand why they have to schedule these things so far in advance in football. I mean, they don't put the conference schedules together 5 years in advance.
Right. It does not.
Things change so fast, man. I mean, all these games got scheduled out. And, you know, if you're Auburn, I mean, and again, it's like scheduling in a lot of ways comes down to like fortune telling. It's the same concept.
Right.
A crystal ball and a funny hat and say some magic words, and you try to tell the fortune, like what's our program going to be like in 8 years? The truth is nobody knows. When Hugh Freeze took the Auburn job, I don't think anybody thought he would have 2 losing seasons in a row.
Right.
2 more losing seasons in a row and really needed a win. And I don't think anybody thought they would lose to Cal at home last year, and that's, but Baylor's legit, their blowout loss to LSU as a line favorite in the Texas Bowl last year, notwithstanding. It's a bowl game. It doesn't matter, but they got Sawyer Robinson is their quarterback. Good player. They turned it around last season. They're the ones that finally put out the fire of the Kansas Jayhawks. Kansas beats BYU, knocks them out. They beat Colorado, knocked them out. I think they beat Iowa State or somebody. I mean, Kansas was on a roll, and they went to Baylor with bowl eligibility on the line the last week of the season and got beat 45-19. That's how good Baylor was, last year. They really put it together. And Baylor's got this big, beautiful, relatively new stadium right on on the river. It's gorgeous. Yeah. And Auburn's going out there. Who decided this?
Why? It doesn't make any sense. It's like, you don't need this game.
Yeah.
But that's the whole thing that, the SEC scheduled games like these. I don't know how long it was since they scheduled these out, but I don't know.
There's games scheduled through the 2030s.
No, exactly.
In 3 years,
Carolina
2040s come up. I don't understand because you don't do that in basketball.
No,
and you don't do it in the NFL. The schedule comes out like the end of a year in advance. Why? Is it one of the? I mean, if I were college football, I'd say, look, we need to kind of chill with this, because I mean, you're basically throwing money away too. Like, okay, so South Carolina's got a road game at App State in the 2030s. Speculation is that game will never be played.
Right?
Do you know how much money that's going to cost? You're going to have to buy out. I mean, you're talking 7 figures. You're going to have to write a check to App State. To get them out of the game. Nebraska backed out of that Tennessee series. They had to pay Tennessee a bunch of money. It's stupid. Things change too much in college sports. Why are you realistically? I think what it is it's athletic directors, in general, all of them. I'm not singling out Ray Tanner or anybody here. I think athletic directors, they started doing it for their ego. Look, I got Oklahoma on the schedule in 2049.
Yep. 2049.
We're just hoping we'll be alive.
Right.
I'm just praying I'm alive. I'll be 73 years old. I mean, I just don't get it.
It doesn't make a lot of sense the way they do it, but I guess some of these lingering ones for the SEC are where they were just, sold on the whole value of strength of schedule was going to be, more important than it really is in reality for the postseason consideration. We'll see if that changes. I'm not expecting very much, but we'll see. I just think that there's not going to be very many changes whatsoever to the way. I know the seeding is different for the 12-team playoff this go round, but I don't see the selection being very much different from a process perspective, because there were no reins or constraints put on that.
There was nothing they were told. It's just still, it's kind of stupid, I think. But hey, at least, but You know what's crazy about it, Phil? I've got this recurring nightmare. Carolina goes 10-2, and for some reason, let's say LSU goes in the tank, it loses to Clemson, loses to Florida, loses to Carolina beats them. They're 6-6 and firing Brian Kelly. Let's say Brad Crawford's right, and A&M's not that good. Let's say Ole Miss takes a step back. Let's say Missouri is the 12th place team in the league. And let's say
weakest.
Let's say Clemson's like 8-4,
right?
And then Carolina runs up a 10-2 record, and then like let's say the Florida Gators go 9-3 with close losses like the Gamecocks had, and they get in over the Gamecocks.
Right.
I could see that.
I could too, because that would be intra-conference then, and that would just make sense, right? Because it would further just make the SEC look bad in the eyes of the
because everybody would swing kind of in the other direction. So I don't know what to think. You know what? Just win.
Just win. That's right. Just win.
Just win games. Just hope these players that we think are going to be good will be good this year. Bink says, would love to see Clemson go through that acclimation process of the SEC. Yeah, it's interesting about that. Of the 4 new teams that have joined, and we'll see how Oklahoma does this season. All of them, first or second year, have accomplished. I mean, A&M went 11-2, and Johnny Football won the Heisman their first year. Year 2, Missouri won the SEC East. Texas went to Atlanta their first year. Oklahoma was 6-7, as we kind of expected. So that's what's kind of like. I think Phil Steele has a little bit of a, maybe he's on to something there because Missouri got that much better their second year in the league. Maybe Oklahoma does too. I don't know, but again, what about Texas's schedule?
What about
that's here's what we'll do right there. All right, want to remind everybody. Tomorrow's Taco Tuesday at D's Wings. And then Wednesday, let's see, what let me get the numbers right. 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. Last week I said 29 wings and 18 pitchers of beer for $1.
For $1.
That'd be a deal, dude. No,
yeah, it would.
No, nobody, I was joking. No, it's 18 wings, pitcher of beer. $29 at D's Wings on a Wednesday. I think I'll have my happy self there. Certainly on discount wing night when I get my butt back to Columbia with my lovely drive. So, my lovely bride. My God. Hope you're all staying cool down there as well. I know the temperature's up here. It's up there. It's up everywhere because it's July. So
it's summer.
Because it's summer. So hopefully you guys are staying cool, guys and gals down there. And we'll be back to wrap up the show after this.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive HIT programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture
All of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children, watch that sound. Everybody look what's going down.
Now back to Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Welcome back, everybody. Inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show here on a Monday. Firing up now. Talking a bit of some projected depth chart. Projected. Nobody's making any serious or concrete claims here. For those of you who are just headline readers, projected means it's an opinion based on the information that we have in front of us, which right now, admittedly, is not very much because camp hasn't started. So it's a pre-camp projection.
It's not based on nothing. I didn't.
Right.
I saw somebody tweeting. He tweeted the depth chart today. I don't know why. It was. Hey, like I said, there's no depth chart right now. Somebody was like, well, no, this guy's probably going to start. And he said, well, this is the post-spring depth chart, So I was like, okay, that's fine. Everybody's got an opinion now, and that's just mine. It's not based on nothing. I mean, if I haven't heard good things about somebody, or I'm probably not going to move them up, or if I haven't heard not bad things, but if I hadn't heard, hey, this guy may not, this guy may get beaten out or something, I'm not probably gonna use that to move people back. But it's all, until that depth chart comes out, and that is a big day, when it finally gets released and it has a bunch of oars all over it.
That's right. Fraught with oars.
More oars than a Viking ship.
That's right.
Lots of oars.
More oars than a Roman galley.
It's a dirty oars.
Oh, those dirty oars. All over my depth chart.
So anyway, so the Faison situation's coming up in the chat box. Better get to that. Cam says, how do we feel about Attaway if Faison isn't clear? Does that change the offensive approach? No. Not the approach. As Clint pointed out, and Clint's point makes all the sense in the world. The difference with Faison and why he's the number one guy coming out of spring, and the other guys is probably this. It's all going to come down to, like, can the line block? Can holes be open? Because as good as Rocket Sanders was when he didn't have room, heck, that Oklahoma game, man, he was out there playing his butt off. Second half, Carolina had won the game. That's when I knew Rocket Sanders was like legit, like football, loved football, legit team guy. He laid out for a pass. I think he caught it, and then just got creamed. It's 32-3 at that point, right? And he's out. I think he only had 33 yards on 15 carries that day, and I think 7 of them came on his touchdown run in the first half. So he got bottled up in that football game. It was a win, but he got bottled up because they didn't block. Couldn't block Oklahoma for him. And Venables does on defense sell out to stop the run. That's kind of job number one for them. So blocking, that's the most important thing. I don't care if it's Faison. I don't care if it's Flintstone back there. Fred,
Flintstone, Fred.
You're going to have to open holes, and I think all of them are capable of doing that. If you watch Isaiah Augustov at Colorado, did not have a lot of room to run, and they threw it all over the place anyway. But when he had a hole, he would find it and move forward and move the pile. Really good on like 3rd and 4. Oscar Attaway, Jawarn Howell, Matthew Fuller, all the same. Matthew Fuller, though, he can move the pile forward a little bit in the limited times I've seen him play. So maybe he's a little different. But what Clint said the other day, and what makes sense, is it's first, especially helpful in close games, because like Faison breaks into the open field instead of a 17 to 20 yard gain, it's a touchdown.
Yeah.
Because of his acceleration and speed. Now, can the other guys accelerate through a hole and score? Yeah. But what kind of makes Faison a little bit ahead of the others is his ability to make defensive backs, safeties, corners, the faster guys on the back end, make them miss in the open field. I think that's kind of a differentiator with him. Not that the others can't do it. I just haven't seen it out of those guys. But how do I feel about Attaway? When I was in Columbia, I talked to a couple of folks, and a couple in particular, very high on Oscar. Oscar, when he came in, I think the expectation was probably a little higher for him as the number 2 back behind Rocket. But again, Rocket didn't get blocking, neither did Oscar, just because he wasn't Rocket didn't mean he wasn't good. And then in the Clemson game, and then the bowl game, he had 101 yards on 20 carries. Not bad. 20 carries, you get 100 yards. That's pretty good these days for a back, Yeah. And so, but yeah, they need Faison to be eligible. Cam says in the Nana Sports chat box, starting to feel like it's a little high risk, high reward going after players in Faison situation. Yeah, but it's a one-time thing, because there won't be, in theory, anything can happen. It's college sports. Anything can happen these days with lawsuits, and so they may get the right judge and blow up the entire concept of eligibility. And then me and Phil can get in shape and go back and play for the Gamecocks.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but it's a one-time thing. I don't think South Carolina expected it to last this long, but they would not have taken him had they not felt confident that they could get the waiver. The kid's only played 3 years of college football, and everybody else under the sun's gotten a waiver through legal means or otherwise.
Yeah.
So here we go. Clint says there's something happening here. What it is ain't exactly clear. Kind of sounds like the Faison situation. Yeah,
right.
I'm with you. Krager makes a good point. If the answer was no, wouldn't they have already told him? Yeah, I think so.
You would hope by this point, if it wasn't under consideration. But I've heard everything from misplaced paperwork to schools dragging their feet, this, that, and the third. And Marshall not actually doing anything regarding the information requested from them, to like multiple. Who knows how much all of this is true, but there's a lot of information that has to come from a lot of different places regarding Faison. That's one thing that we did know. And according to Beamer, the communication has been there between the NCAA and the school, but we don't know what the communication outside of Carolina is like.
Yeah, it's like anything. They want all this documentation and stuff. So, what happened at Marshall is the key to this entire thing, because that's when they're trying to say his clock started. My understanding is it was a very unique, shall we say, situation at Marshall that was not his fault.
Right.
That involved thinking there was going to be scholarships and there wasn't, and all this. A lot of stuff went down there. And that's what's unfortunate with the kid. But that may be. My understanding, though, is it's still that everything was in place. I don't know what they're exactly they're waiting on. with all that. So
who knows?
Misplaced paperwork. I saw that speculation in that column today, and I think the writer was just trying to be funny.
I hope so.
I don't think it's misplaced paperwork, but it's a little more complicated, and I've kind of said all I'm going to say on it, but as far as details, but it's a little more complicated than, as far as not necessarily the open and shut is what it is like he's not played that much football. He should be eligible. But documentation with all this, with different schools and things that happened a while back, and if you think about like who was at one school during this time, and then those people aren't there, so where are they at? It's a cluster. But I don't think that's holding it up right now. My understanding was a couple of weeks ago everything was okay.
Yeah,
but maybe there was some new paperwork that came out. I mean, you never know. I mean, Beamer's already kind of laid it out. Well, they came back and asked for more documentation and more documentation and more documentation.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, let's hope it's finished. Let's get it done this week. Somebody tell those folks in Indianapolis that this needs to be done by Thursday. That way there's no question about what happens on Friday. Because even then, like, we're not able to get a fully straight answer as to what his camp looks like without being granted eligibility, although Darren hinted that it may not be precisely like everyone else, but that he's not going to just sit there.
Yeah, I have no idea. It's kind of up in there. The rules state, I don't know. There's rules that you can't practice. Who knows? I made a mistake when I said Fred Flintstone. Clint says Fred Flintstone has great feet. JC, you should see him drive a car. Absolutely.
I was gonna say, yeah, my man looks to be about 6'1", 250, pretty solid.
Like Jerome Bettis,
right?
Andrew
Right.
Pinnock. He's got the Shurburtt / Flintstone head.
Fred Flintstone, first fullback.
Fred Flintstone looks like a chubby version of my dad. My dad had the dark hair. Barney. He didn't have a friend named Barney. His friend's name was Stan. Stanley? Barney? Norton? I've been watching you.
That's right. All goes back to that.
All goes back to the honeymooners. But yeah, hey, you remember Twinkle Toes Flintstone?
Yeah.
The bowling team? I was thinking about, I loved the Flintstones growing up. In fact, when I got up at 3:00 this morning, folks, my time, 4 y'all's time, because I got on a roll yesterday for work, and then I ran out of gas and I had some stuff to do. If you notice, coffee came out pretty early this morning, an hour before it normally does, and I had some stuff to write. So I may take a nap this afternoon. It's nasty. It's like, it feels like Vietnam outside today. It's like humid and stormy and wet, and like it's just awful.
Yeah.
I say Vietnam, probably more like South Carolina.
Yeah.
I've just had that experience down there a whole lot. It's like when I go home, I expect it. Here I don't. So
right.
But I made my point. I may pull up some streaming Flintstones somewhere if I can find it and watch. Krager says the D-line at Oklahoma will be the best in the SEC this year. Maybe. I don't know, Craig. I like their D-line. I know they have high expectations. Maybe. I wouldn't. I don't know. Best in the SEC will have to be proven, right? But I wouldn't shut the door on LSU in that category, or South Carolina, or Alabama, or Texas. But I do think they'll be dang good. They were good last year. Venables fixed the defense. Like when he took over and they found out they were going to the SEC, he immediately started building the defense, which was super smart, I think. They just had a terrible year on. I mean, I think they way overestimated that Dylan Gabriel would not be that big of a loss, and he definitely was.
Yeah.
Because when you put a redshirt
But even
freshman.
then, I mean, behind that line last
Behind
year
the
that
line,
they had,
dude, yeah.
like, yeah.
I think Jackson Arnold's going to be a good player. I mean, for Auburn, I don't think it was him.
No.
Bink says Mad Dog Mully coming off the edge would be a nightmare for opposing defenses. I agree.
That's right. That's right.
He says if you think Dylan Stewart can bend, have you seen Phil on 3 mixed strengths? Xavier
I'm definitely not afraid to play hurt.
Christian Wilkins, this is interesting. He just got cut.
Yeah, I saw
tried to kiss his teammate on the head and got into it with him. So the Raiders let him go. Which one? I'll leave it at that. Doesn't surprise me, by the way. Flintstones was a great cartoon. Good vitamins, too. Heck yeah. Remember that song? We are Flintstones kids.
10 million strong
and growing. Xavier's met on Jackson Arnold. For right now, but I want to see what he can do at Auburn with a probably better offensive line, a lot better wide receivers. You know, we'll see. I mean, they're putting a lot. I mean, they're hoping. I mean, Hugh Freeze. What if Jackson Arnold goes out to Baylor, dude, and turns it over 6 times and they lose?
Oh my!
Dude, Auburn fans have been very patient. My theory is because their basketball team has been Final Four national championship caliber.
Right. Yeah.
And so they're kind of a basketball school for the time being.
We're okay with that for a year or two.
They ain't putting up with it. No. I mean, if they have a losing record again this year, it's 5 straight losing seasons at Auburn. It's one of the best it's a top 20 job. I mean, Auburn is a great place.
About 6 turnovers and a double-digit loss in Waco. Hugh Freeze might not be allowed back on the bus. They just leave his ass in
I'll tell you this, dude, too. I mean, like, that's one of those. This is why sometimes, Phil, the obvious choice for the job, and when you sit there and go, that's a good hire. And everybody grades the hires, right? Oh, this is good. Right. This is a bad hire. Sometimes that's just not accurate. It's so hard to kind of tell. Okay, so like a few years back, you know, Chip Kelly, Florida came open after they fired Swamp Donkey and or Shark Donkey, whichever one you'd like to call it.
That's right.
McElwain. They got rid of him. Because he said he had death threats and all this other stuff. God, Randy Shannon took over.
What a way to go out, man.
So Florida's open. And I remember Mike and I talking, and Mike's talking about the Florida job and all this stuff. And, you know, well, and Spurrier goes on the record because he's working down there. He's like, well, you know, our offense just wasn't very good.
Just wasn't.
Doug Nussmeier, Garrett Nussmeier's dad was the OC there too. They tried to run it like Alabama under Saban in 2011, and that just didn't work.
No,
not at Florida. You can't do that at Florida. And then once all Muschamp's defensive players left, they were screwed. And so the job's open. So it's like, well, you know, the 2 big names, Scott Frost, because he had just gone undefeated at UCF and claimed the national championship. He's back there now. Chip Kelly was another name. Chip Kelly at Florida or LSU, all at one point in my life would have concerned the crap out of everyone else in the SEC.
Right.
Maybe not so much now. And all of a sudden, those 2 guys went elsewhere. Scott Frost went home to Nebraska because that's his school. Mm-hmm. And I thought, I was like, man, you know, because Spurrier's like, we should hire Scott Frost from UCF. And they tried to. And he's like, I'm going to go to Nebraska. And he did. See what happened. Fired. Out. Never had a winning year. Chip Kelly to UCLA got so, because he didn't want to, you know, he wanted to live in LA. He's a single guy, you know, LA's good. Probably the weather, getting on up in age, Chip. Goes out to UCLA. They do good here. There, he hightails it out of there. Yeah. He goes to Ohio State as the OC. Now he's living in Vegas, coaching for Pete Carroll as the OC of the Raiders. Speaking of the Raiders,
speaking of which, right?
And so Chip Kelly did take Florida. So they hired Dan Mullen, and I think the perception was that Mullen would be the least successful of all of them. Now, he did, too, end up getting fired quickly. But Dan Mullen had double-digit wins like his first 3 years there, and almost in 2020 they were a touchdown away from beating Bama and playing for the national championship. That was the shoe-throwing incident year with Florida. I mean, Dan Mullen had good teams except one. And then everybody got upset about recruiting rankings and a bad year, and they fired him. Fired Dan Mullen.
He got the rawest deal out of any Florida coach since Spurrier, not named Spurrier or Meyer. I mean, like truly.
Danny Mullen was the best hire of all that whole year.
Yeah. If they'd have stuck one more season, I think he still would have been. I think he still would be there now, JC. Like if Florida had just been like, let's give him one more year, I think he'd still be there.
Yeah.
I mean, but no, now we got some.
Or check this out. What if he would have taken Tennessee? Because the year, because it looked like Florida was going to hire Foster Kelly, and Tennessee was about to hire Mullen. He would have gone to Tennessee. I mean, the thing with him was Dan Mullen's, from what they say, I've never met the guy. He seems cool to me. Probably different, but cool. He's kind of a butthole. And so, like, he interviewed at Maryland while he was at Mississippi State. Maryland, dude, Maryland. And Maryland said, no, we don't like you. Miami said no. I mean, but Danny Kicks, that's what we used to call him, Danny Kicks.
Danny Kicks.
How many people gave him hell for dressing up like, Darth Vader after they beat Missouri? And they had a fight in the game. He dressed up like Darth Vader because it's Halloween. And then Drinkwitz got him the next year.
Oh, I know.
Full Star Wars gear on. But anyway, yeah, so that just shows you some of these hires that you make. Now, and so my point is, Hugh Freeze, I was like, Hugh Freeze is going to take one of two jobs. Tennessee, because he's from Memphis, that area, or Auburn, because it just makes sense that Auburn would hire Hugh Freeze because they hired Bruce Pearl, And it's like, he's going to win big there. They're coming back. Brian Harsin, I thought was a horrendous fit at Auburn. Totally. I mean, and then when I saw they were basically doing what they did for Gene Chizik and hiring his staff for him.
Yes.
And all that. Yeah. I was like, that's not going to work.
This isn't going to work, right?
This isn't Gene. This isn't, anyway.
This ain't no way to run a program. This ain't no way
to
run a program.
I thought Hugh Freeze would be tremendous there based on what he did at Ole Miss and then winning at Liberty, and he just hadn't been, and he doesn't look like he's having fun either.
No.
So catching up on the Now in the Sports Chat box before we go, Russell says the Midwestern heat is due to corn sweat. I've never heard of that until this week. Saw a video on the Weather Channel about it. God, I need to watch the Weather Channel. I love the Weather Channel. Hear the music.
We're sweating so hard down here that we get it here all the time. Don't answer.
Well, I'm surrounded by cornfields.
I do know that. Yeah.
Corn sweat.
What is corn sweat, though?
I don't know. I always thought it was because of the agriculture that it was humid, the grass or whatever. Russell also adds, I want to know what the Flintstones were celebrating the Christmas special. It was set in BC.
It was prophecy.
Oh, no, man. Hanna-Barbera. You'd have to ask them. Xavier says on the Wilkins thing, he said the kiss was just messing with his teammate, but it pissed his teammate off. Teammate reported the incident. Between the incident and Wilkins' injury, they said bye. Krager asked if Brian Edwards is still in the league. I don't think so. Danny Mullen said the stupid thing about not recruiting year-round, too. Yeah, and when you're sitting there trying to catch Georgia, and you see Georgia signing all these classes. But I think they were wrong because Mullen, like class ranking wise, recruiting just like Napier's recruited. I mean, same, just like McElwain recruited, just like freaking, Urban Meyer recruited in the top 3, and Muschamp recruited in the top 3. But I mean, those two guys are recruiting psychos.
Psycho recruiting.
And I say that in a complimentary way.
Right.
Very complimentary. All right, folks. Good show today. Mad Dog. It's Mad Dog Monday.
Mad Dog Monday.
And sitting there, I'm gonna go catch a nap. Frederick says Jim Cantori retired from the Weather Channel.
Oh no! How are we gonna know when we're supposed to evacuate?
That's my thing.
I mean, wherever he shows up is where you need to leave. They're gonna have to find somebody else.
I see Jim Cantori. I'm running.
I'm out. I'm
out, dog. All right, tomorrow on I guess John Strickland's on the morning show tomorrow, right?
Yeah, Strick
Talking
tomorrow.
ball with Strick
Mike.
tomorrow. We'll be back with another coffee in the morning. Birdies of Beamer this afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Should be wrapping up right about now, so stay tuned to thebigspur.com for complete coverage from that. That's a good event. You get to talk to all the assistant coaches and things. Pretty solid. So be sure to check that out on thebigspur.com. Also, Phil Kornblue tonight on the Chief Sports app on Sports Talk, 6 to 8 p.m. He'll have probably a lot of audio, I would guess, from Birdies with Beamer out there today at Cobblestone. We appreciate all of our Nana Sports chat boxers. And even those of you that leave comments on YouTube, just don't cross that line now.
That's right. That's right.
All right, for Mad Dog,
watching.
it's JC. Have a great day. This has been the show. Holla at you Tuesday.